political resistance, inadequate legal frameworks, and limited awareness, and entrenched sociocultural norms that hinder gender equality. Implementation gaps remain due to weak enforcement mechanism, insufficient funding, and lack of alignment with national laws, while bureaucratic delays and low prices often slow domestication. We commend the ratifying states for their commitment to women's rights, and we urgently call upon the remaining African Union members to ratify without further delay. In Democratic Republic of Congo, I was deeply concerned by disturbing reports of mass rape and torture committed against hundreds of women following a violent attack on the prison in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This has already been mentioned in the letters that were sent out. In Nigeria, also, I report the concerning suspension of the Senator Natasha and call on the Republic of Nigeria to ensure that there are free and transparent investigation of this unfortunate saga. Furthermore, I know the potential chilling effect this action could have on women's participation in Nigerian politics. In a context where women are often underrepresented in leadership positions, the suspension of a female senator sent a discouraging message to other women aspiring to political office, potentially hindering progress towards gender equality in Nigeria's political landscape. The chair in South Sudan, the situation of women and girls in South Sudan remains critically concerning amidst the ongoing crisis. Women and girls are disproportionately affected by pervasive violence, with psychological, physical, and sexual violence being the most common, and conflict-related sexual violence a significant threat exacerbated by impunity. In Sudan, I also condemn the Sudanese Armed Forces bombing of Tora Market in North Darfur on March 24, 2025, killing over 250 civilians, including women and girls. This attack devastated supply chains, exacerbated famine, and disproportionately affected and harmed women and children, who now face heightened risk of gender-based violence, displacement, and economic ruin. Equally, the Rapid Support Forces must be held accountable for their documented abuses, including sexual violence, targeting, and attacks on civilians. Both parties perpetuate Sudan's humanitarian catastrophe with women and girls bearing the brunt. Mr. Chair, the global backlash against women's rights, marked by rising authoritarianism, systemic impunity, and the weaponization of technology, has intensified vulnerabilities of women and girls in conflict zones like Sudan. The crisis in Sudan exemplified how gendered the collapse of the rule of law and humanitarian access compounds atrocities. Meanwhile, technology-facilitated violence, from targeted online harassment to the use of surveillance tools to enable abuse, further entrenches the oppression of women, both in war and in peacetime. And now quickly move on to part 5, which has the conclusions and the recommendations. Mr. Chair, on the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, I urge member states to allocate adequate financial and human resources to effectively implement and enforce existing progressive laws and policies related to women's rights, including those addressing women's political participation and leadership, GBV, child marriage, and ensuring equal opportunities. I also urge member states to enhance the capacity of national institutions to effectively implement and enforce women's rights legislation and provide quality services to women and girls. Furthermore, I urge member states to develop and implement concrete strategies to bridge the gap between progressive legal frameworks and their weak implementation by addressing resource limitations, institutional weaknesses, and patriarchal norms at all levels. By prioritizing these recommendations, EU member states can build upon the progress achieved and address the significant challenges that remain, ultimately leading to the complete realization of the rights of women and girls at the African continent. On the ratification of the AU Convention, I urge all members of the African Union to recognize the profound importance of ratifying the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women without delay. This act transcends a mere procedural step. It serves as a powerful and unequivocal declaration of a nation's unwavering political commitment to the fundamental human rights, safety, and dignity of its women and girls. On ratification and implementation and domestication of the protocol, members to ratify the protocol. We urge you to prioritize women's rights and swiftly ratify this critical instrument to ensure all African women and girls are guaranteed equality, dignity, and protection. Delay undermines continental progress To the 45 states that have ratified, ratification alone is not enough. We call on you to fully implement and domesticate the protocol by aligning national laws, strengthening enforcement mechanisms, and investing in gender-sensitive policies. Without concrete action, the protocol remains unfulfilled. The time for accountability is now. To the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, I urgently call on the Congolese government to immediately launch a thorough and independent investigation into the mass rape and torture, hold all perpetrators accountable, including commanders. I also urge the Congolese government to strengthen security in detention facilities to protect inmates, especially women. I also strongly urge the Congolese government to provide immediate comprehensive care and reparation for survivors and develop long-term strategies to prevent future violence by addressing root causes, reinforcing the rule of law, and promoting human rights. To the government of Nigeria, I recommend that the Federal Republic of Nigeria urgently review Senator Akpoti's suspension process, attention to due process and its impact. I also call for an immediate examination of Senate rules for clarity and fair disciplinary procedures. Furthermore, I call upon Nigerian government to actively promote women's leadership at all levels, ensuring a safe and empowering environment, and to publicly condemn all discrimination and right violation against women in politics and in society. To the government of South Sudan, I urge the government of South Sudan to strengthen and enforce laws against sexual and gender-based violence, prioritizing investigation and prosecution. I urge the government to implement food security programs targeting vulnerable women and children. Furthermore, I recommend that government take steps to boost girls' school enrollment and retention by addressing barriers such as early marriage, pregnancy, cultural norms, and lack of safe and accessible school environment. To the government of the Republic of Sudan, I call upon the government of the Republic of Sudan to publicly condemn the Torah market bombing, pledging accountability. I recommend that the government implement concrete measures to safeguard women and girls from violence, including gender-based violence in conflict areas. I also urge the government to offer psychosocial care survivors, especially women and girls. Furthermore, I urge the government to implement programs to aid the economic recovery of women affected by the conflict and implement verifiable measures to protect civilians in conflict zones, particularly in markets and during essential activities. In concluding this report, I acknowledge member states actively undertaking measures to advance gender equality and women's rights in all spheres. I applaud those swiftly acting to address violations of women's rights. Such proactive work is essential in promoting the fulfillment of obligation and responsibility towards ensuring the well-being of women and girls across Africa. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all stakeholders and partners who consistently support the work of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women. Our ongoing collaboration is essential to empower women and girls in Africa. This empowerment is not just about individual advancement, but also about transforming societies to be more inclusive, where women and girls can fully exercise their rights, reach their full potential, and contribute to the continent's development. I urge you to continue supporting this vital mandate as we work together to create a just and equitable Africa for all women and girls, and Africa where gender equality is a lived reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegate, excellencies. Chair, I submit.
Merci beaucoup pour la présentation de ce premier rapport sur la situation générale des femmes.
General situation of women in Africa. So now we'll discuss with participants. The floor is open. We'll begin with state interventions rather. The Embassy of Sahrawi Democratic Republic in Addis Ababa.
Sahrawi Republic of the floor. Esteemed commissioners, your excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. We start by commending the Special Rapporteur on the Right of Women in Africa for the detailed report. It is within the context of shared concern for the rights of and well-being of African women that we bring to the forefront some of the significant strides made by the Sahrawi Republic in upholding and promoting the rights of Sahrawi women despite all challenges. Sahrawi Republic's constitution gives a very high priority to women's rights, incorporating the African Union Charter, Universal Declarations, and international laws. These form the basis for achieving genuine equality and justice for women in Sahrawi society, something inherited from its own culture and tradition. Sahrawi women actively participate in politics, guided by Article 20's gender equality in our constitution. The representation is significant and growing, 42.17% in parliament, up from 34% in previous mandate, 24% in diplomacy from 21%, and 35% in government. They hold 60% of regional and local leadership posts, constitute 42% of media workforce, and over 90% in education and health. As an African Charter signatory, the Sahrawi state actively combats violence against women through media campaigns and education challenging harmful practices. Fortunately, Sahrawi traditions and culture fundamentally repudiate and reject any violence against women, enabling the Sahrawi government to prioritize healthcare, legal aid, vocational training, and women's empowerment via education access, training centers, and interest-free microloans for their venture. Honorable Chairperson, while the Sahrawi Republic protects its citizens, we must also address the grave situation of Sahrawi women under Moroccan occupation, unfortunately. Targeted for their activism and demands for dignity, they face systematic gender-based repression, assault, surveillance, humiliation, and medical neglect for resisting colonization, aiming to silence them and stifle their participation to civil society activism. Sahrawi women human rights defenders in the occupied zones of Western Sahara face especially extreme vulnerability, enduring sexual assault during violent police home raids, vicious smear campaigns, and constant threats of rape and physical attacks. Moroccan forces often deny them essential medical care for torture injuries to enforce silence. Many Sahrawi women are assaulted for documenting abuses or attending solidarity events. Their phones are confiscated and homes searched and ill-treated. Last month, in April 2025, Moroccan forces raided the homes of families of Sahrawi political prisoners. In an act of clear collective and gender-based punishment, mothers, sisters, and other women were subjected to insults, beatings, and the outrageous occasion of raising or accusation of raising terrorists simply for advocating for the release of their innocents. Moroccan authorities of occupation are also weaponizing digital technology to further intimidate Sahrawi women activists. Sophisticated spyware, especially Pegasus, has been deployed to target these brave defenders, compromising not only their privacy and their communications, but also compromising their contacts, journalists, and United Nations bodies. Furthermore, online harassment campaigns, often utilizing bots and fake accounts, are systematically employed to discredit them through the fabrication and dissemination of scandalous and false information. The lack of independent human rights monitoring in occupied Western Sahara, including MINURSO, the United Nations for Referendum in Western Sahara, limited mandate, enables and shapes abuse without international protection or justice. Perpetrators also enjoy impunity, and Moroccan courts routinely dismiss allegations against their forces, denying victims redress. This impunity, shielded, of course, by some Western allies, leaves Sahrawi women vulnerable and their calls for justice ignored. In conclusion, distinguished commissioners, delegates, the struggle of Sahrawi women in occupied Western Sahara is not merely a fight for their rights, it is a fundamental struggle for their very existence in a territory where their bodies are systematically weaponized Their homes are militarized.
Monsieur l'ambassadeur,
And every...
Monsieur l'ambassadeur,
Yes,
est-ce que vous pouvez résumer?
I am finished. I am concluding.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is why, commissioners, esteemed commission, we implore you to stand with these courageous women, not just through symbolic gestures, however important and needed they are, but through concrete, urgent, and gender-responsive actions that will bring an end to their suffering and ensure their long-denied dignity and justice. Thank you very much.
Merci. On a pris bonne note de votre déclaration. Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Sénégal. Vous entendez? Du Sud. Ensuite, ce sera l'Érythrée. Mais je...
And I'd like to request Your Excellencies to be brief and precise. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, you have the floor.
Very much for giving us this opportunity. I will be commenting on 3 issues: the sexual violence and law enforcement. And then we'll also talk about girls' registration in schools, the level of registrations, and then implementation of Maputo protocols. In regards to the sexual violence against women, that it is a serious matter, which we address it through mobile courts. It has been a concern during the conflict time before the signing of the agreement. Now it has become an isolated situation that happens in some areas, maybe out of the government control or in a control area of the government, under the government, but still there are some individuals who might be the one causing all this kind of violations against women. So we have a military court martial, which is trying members of the army who commits such kind of offenses against women, been tried. And I can give you, if there is a time, we can give you a lot of details, but because of the time, I will not be able. We have some trials being done in Ye, we have one in Meridi, and it is up to now in places like Bebur administrative area. Those offenses, those are particularly trying the members of the army because of the violation that they have committed against women. And in Juba, we have a specialized court called Juvenile and Gender-Based Violent Court. It's based at the Judiciary of South Sudan in Juba. And that court is specialized in trying those kind of cases. And we have a record. In regards to the registration of girls in the schools, yes, the government and the British government is working together in order to increase the level of registration for girls. And we have also data on that. The British government provides some stipends to encourage girls to continue with their education. And the program is ongoing up to now. We cannot give you, of course, the data or the numbers in details because of the time as well. On the implementation of Maputo Protocol, especially the action, the level of women participation in the governance structures. We have the 35% affirmative action plan, which is been implemented, but we have challenges. Of course, the challenges is because of the level of education in women. Many women are still struggling really to get the level of education to enable them to participate effectively in the governance structures. The few that we have, they are there. We have 2 vice presidents who are female, and we have undersecretaries. Even my undersecretary is a female. The undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, the undersecretary of Ministry of Justice, and we have other undersecretaries. This is how we are trying to implement the Maputo Protocol. Yeah, even the Speaker of Parliament. Yes. Yeah. So these are the things that the government is trying to put in order to abide by the provisions of the Maputo Protocol. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Ambassador.
I'll now give the floor to Eritrea for a very brief presentation. Eritrea, you have the floor.
Honorable Commissioners, esteemed delegates, all protocols observed. My delegation takes note of the report presented by the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa. Eritrea joins the esteemed gathering to reaffirm its commitment to advancing gender equality and ensuring the protection of women from all forms of violence. The struggle for gender equality in Eritrea was integral to the national liberation movement, with women comprising approximately 1/3 of the liberation forces, serving as fighters and leaders, thus shattering patriarchal norms. This legacy underpins Eritrea's efforts to advance women's rights and eliminate violence against women. Eritrea has promulgated and heavily enforces a broad collection of robust, comprehensive laws which aim to eliminate all forms of violence against and exploitation of girls and women. Rape, sexual assault, violence against a marriage partner, and the trafficking of sexual exploitation of women or children are all legally prohibited. They all constitute a grave criminal offenses and are punishable by considerably large financial penalties and extended prison sentences. Eritrea has enacted stringent laws to address gender-based violence, such as Proclamation Number 158 of 2007, which bans female genital mutilation, and that one of 2015 Penal Code, which imposes definite terms of imprisonment for rape up to 10 to 16 years. These measures have significantly reduced harmful practices, with the data indicated FGM prevalence dropped to 2.3% among girls under the age of 5 in 2024. Mr. Chairperson, in grassroots initiatives, the National Union of Eritrean Women has led community-based campaigns to eradicate FGM, underage marriage, and domestic violence. Through partnership with religious and community leaders, these efforts have shifted societal attitudes, contributing to a sharp decline in violence against women, as noted in Eritrea's 2016 CSW side event report. For the socio-economic empowerment of women, the National Union of Eritrean Women microcredit and saving programs have provided financial access to thousands of women, enhancing their autonomy and reducing vulnerability to violence. Additionally, gender parity in primary education and increased female political participation has empowered women to assert their rights. Global challenges still exist, such as unjust economic structures and conflicts which disproportionately affect women and children. Despite resource constraints and regional instability, Eritrea remains committed to advancing women's rights through targeted policies and programs. I thank you.
I'll now move on to National Human Rights Institutions, Ethiopia.
For the opportunity. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission monitors rights of women during the intercession period. These include the monitoring of human rights situation of women workers in 13 factories in Adama, Addis Ababa, Hawassa, and Shagga cities, and a follow-up on the implementation of recommendations in relation to victims of violence in the criminal justice process. Based on monitoring, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission highlights the following positive developments. The Federal First Instance Court established specialized benches dedicated to adjudicating cases involving women and child victims. Trade unions have been established in all monitored factories within the Adama and Hawassa industrial park. Steps have been taken to improve access to reproductive health information and services for women workers in Adama and Hawassa industrial parks. Honorable Chairperson, there are also challenges that require your attention. Women are not paid full wage during maternity leave in the Hawassa industrial park. Women workers are not included in social security schemes in Hawassa and Adama industrial parks. The investigation units in police stations and the prosecutor's office are not confidential, exposing survivors of sexual violence to secondary victimization. Justice sector professionals often lack the capacity to effectively respond to cases involving violence against women and girls. In view of these concerns, the Human Rights Commission wishes to make the following recommendation. The government should ensure privacy of survivors of sexual and gender-based violence during investigation, provide regular training to law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, judges on women's rights, gender-based violence, and child protection, enforce Ethiopian labor law on working hours and the mandatory overpay compensation. And finally, develop a national minimum wage policy that guarantees fair remuneration to women workers. I thank you for your attention, Chair.
National Human Rights Commission of Senegal. They're not there. I'll move to NGOs, but in 17 minutes from now, we'll move to another report. FIDH. She's not in the hall. Are you there? Be brief because there are many NGOs on the agenda. You have 2 minutes. Go directly to the question.
Honorable Special Rapporteur, thank you for your report, Special Rapporteur. The ICJ fully agrees with the Special Rapporteur's assessment in her activity report that the ratification of the Maputo Protocol alone is not enough. It must be fully implemented through reforms of national laws, policies, and practices. The ICJ is profoundly concerned at the failure by a number of states to adopt adequate legal frameworks or effective enforcement mechanisms, which has sustained the prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence across Africa, also facilitated by adherence to certain retrogressive socio-cultural norms. For example, while Libya has ratified the protocol, women and girls face serious challenges barring them access to justice for sexual and gender-based crimes, which are widespread in Libya today. Survivors often decline to lodge complaints because they fear the ensuing stigma. Family members may pressure them not to file a complaint so as not to sully the family's honor, or, in the case of rape, to marry their rapist, consistent with Article 424 of the Penal Code, which exonerates the rapist if he marries the victim. The real risk of retaliation against survivors, in the absence of protective measures, further dissuades them from lodging complaints. Oftentimes, instead of prosecuting her aggressor, the authorities charge the survivor with zina, which means extramarital sexual relations, or prostitution, or, in the case of migrants, with illegal entry or stay in the country. All of these discriminatory laws and practices have a detrimental impact on women's access to justice. A recent study conducted by the ICJ in Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, and Zimbabwe reveals that women and girls with disabilities typically face grave challenges in accessing socio-economic opportunities and face discrimination in accessing sexual and reproductive health care services. Furthermore, inaccessible justice systems were found to adversely affect women and girls with disabilities due to the inaccessibility...
Pauline, can you conclude, please?
I will. To the accessibility of courts infrastructures. Honorable Commissioners, in conclusion, the ICJ urges the Commission to call on the Libyan authorities to address the legal and practical challenges to women's access to justice in line with the Maputo Protocol, including by adopting the draft law on protecting women from violence. The ICJ also urges the Commission to call on states to take concrete measures. May I just finish
yes, last sentence,
that
please.
sentence? To safeguard the rights of women and girls with disabilities, to freedom from violence and discrimination, and the right to be treated with dignity in line with the Maputo Protocol. Thank you.
Pauline.
They're not there. Absent.
Commissioner, delegates, colleagues, all protocols observed. Excellencies, our association, in partnership with Moana, would like to call your attention to the violation of the rights of girls in Angola and the early marriage, which is generalized practice that is a violation of human dignity and violation of international commitments assumed by Angola. According to the data of multiple indicators of health, more than 30% of women girls get married before the age of 18. In some provinces such as Mushiko and Lundaso, this percentage is higher. As an example, between 2022 and 2024, more than 17,000 cases of early pregnancy were recorded in the province of Mushiko, associated to forced marriage of teenagers between 14 and 17 years. Although our constitution recognizes the right of children and promotes gender equality, Article 24 of the Family Code allows that in case considered exceptional, girls between 15 and 17 can get married with authorization of their parents or special order, which violates the charter, the African Charter, that prohibits the marriage of children below 17, and Article 21 of the Charter. These norms allied to poverty, gender inequality, and access to education perpetuate cycles of discriminations, and girls that get married are forced to drop out from school and they're exposed to violence. Chair, we ask the Commission to revoke its Article 2 and 24 of Family Law, establishing the law for marriage to 18 and ensure the harmonization of national legislation to the international laws. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor, Deborah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Equality Now commends the Special Rapporteur for the excellent work done during the intercessional period, despite the many difficulties curtailing the advocacy of women's rights in Africa. We are concerned that several member states have demonstrated limited commitment to fully implement the provisions of the Maputo Protocol. This is most evident in the reservations entered against the protocol. Of the 45 members that have ratified the protocol, 9 have entered reservations on various provisions. Such reservations significantly limit the legal protections guaranteed under the protocol, leaving women and girls vulnerable to human rights violations and adversely impacting their quality of life. Equality Now congratulates the Special Rapporteur and the African Commission on the adoption of Resolution 632 on 11th March 2025. We are particularly encouraged to develop a framework for advocacy to raise awareness for lifting reservations on some provisions of the Maputo Protocol in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. Equality Now is fully committed to supporting and collaborating with the Special Rapporteur in fulfilling this directive. Under its Ending Sexual Violence program in Africa, Equality Now advocates for the laws and policies that protect women and girls from sexual violence and for justice systems that work to secure justice for victims and survivors. In 2024, Equality Now published a report scrutinizing rape laws across Africa. The report revealed key gaps in rape laws in 45 African countries. Of justice. Routine denial of justice to survivors of sexual violence, including children. We call upon the mandate to urge the member states of the African Union to effectively implement their commitments and obligations to combat sexual violence and its consequences as enshrined in the various AU instruments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Amnesty International, Arnold Chico. Arnold Chico Wanchico, Amnesty.
Honorable Chairperson,
Yes, be short, my friend.
Amnesty International welcomes the Protocol on the Right of Older Persons in Africa that came into force on 4th November 2024, and which gives states the obligation to adopt legislative or other measures to eliminate discrimination against older persons. Belief in witchcraft remains deeply rooted in many African communities, including Ghana, where individuals accused of witchcraft, primarily older women, are forced to live in isolated camps in the north of the country.
Apparently your observations are on older persons.
It's older women.
Huh?
Still women, older women.
Older women?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Amnesty International's recent research highlights how such accusations have led to serious human rights violations. Many of the accused are subjected to social exclusion, threats, and violence, and are compelled to reside in informal settlement under difficult and degrading conditions. Amnesty International has documented the situation of in 4 such camps, which collectively house over 500 individuals, most of them older women. Accusations of witchcraft often follow personal tragedies, such as illness or death, or arise from envy and struggle over economic resources. The accused are typically among the most marginalized, facing intersecting forms of discrimination due to gender, age, poverty, disability, health conditions, and lack of education. Accusations frequently originate from family members and often escalate into violence, including killings. Many survivors are forced to flee with nowhere to turn but these informal camps. Our research shows that such incidents are rarely reported to the police, and even when they are not systematically investigated. This stems from a combination of fear, stigma, and lack of awareness about the legal rights of the affected people. The absence of specific legislation addressing witchcraft accusations and the lack of a national sensitization campaign to combat this harmful practice severely undermine the rights to life and security of those accused. The state has also failed to provide safe, state-run shelters, forcing victims to depend on camps overseen by traditional priests, where many remain indefinitely. Access to food, safe housing, and clean water is severely limited in those camps. Amnesty International urges the African Commission to call on the Ghanaian authorities to enact legislation criminalizing witchcraft accusations and ritual abuses, incorporating protective measures for those at risk. We also urge the Commission to integrate the issue of witchcraft-related abuses in the review of state reports and broader human rights monitoring in Africa. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Chico, you make me laugh. You're asking that what should be criminalized again?
Walda, she's not here. Walda is not here.
Thank you very much for the floor. And since I'm taking the floor for the first time, may I greet all the delegates present, heads of delegations, commissioners, ambassadors. I would like to take the floor to congratulate the Vice Chair for the extensive report. Maputo Protocol came into force. Chair, I particularly would like also to congratulate member states on the adoption of the Convention to End Violence Against Women during the February Summit 2025 in Addis Ababa. And also take note of the confidence the member states demonstrated by under Article 14 of the Convention by vesting the responsibility of this charter on the African Commission for Human and People's Rights. Chair, I don't have much to say, but just to finish by noting the good progress that women are making at the top level in decision making, particularly at the heads of state and governments and vice presidents level, and thank the member states and congratulate citizens that have shown their confidence in women's leadership at this level. I thank you.
Thank you for your
We actually spent 1 hour. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Don't answer anybody. Just generally give a general answer. The other answers, if you feel deem it necessary, you can contact them individually. But you've got 5 minutes with those who did intervention. So 5 minutes to conclude because we have to move on to the next report. Madam Special Rapporteur, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I think we can give a round of applause to the special rapporteur and thank all those women in Africa. Now we're going to move on to the second report. We're going to use the same methodology. We'll limit time and we'll ask everybody to be brief. Can I ask this special report to take the floor, please? Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chair. I'd like to greet all distinguished participants. Since I do not have a lot of time, I'm going straight to the crux of the matter. This report is presented during the 83rd ordinary session of the Commission, and it covers the period between the 81st and 83rd ordinary session. This means that the period from 17 October 2024 to 1st May 2025. It comprises three parts. The first part, which relates the general activities which I undertook as commissioner and chairperson on the working group on older persons and people with disabilities. The second part will be on my observations as country rapporteur for the countries that I supervise, and the third part will deal with recommendations. So, concerning the first part, in my capacity as commissioner, I took part in all the meetings, all the sessions. And the meetings that my previous colleagues mentioned. I also took part in the study visit in the European Court of Human Rights. I represented the chair of the commission in an activity of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, who questioned the peace operations pursued to review their compliance with international laws and international humanitarian law, as far as the rules of conduct and discipline. Now, in my capacity as chair of the working group on the rights of older persons, I must say that this working group on 18 October 2024 organized during the 81st ordinary session a panel to celebrate the double entry into force of the protocol on older persons and the other on people with disabilities. And on the sidelines of this session, the working group co-organized with International Commission for Jurists, Vanity Foundation, Inclusion Africa, Site Savers, an event to celebrate the entry into force of the protocol of the right to people with disabilities. This activity sought to trace the way forward for the continental ratification. During this entry into force, the working group initiated a resolution that was adopted by the Commission, a resolution that is actually a roadmap for the working group, a roadmap for the Commission and a roadmap for states. Because once the protocol enters into force, it has to be implemented. So this resolution, I strongly advise you to take ownership of it so that you know what remains to be done for the Africa that we want. In this slide, I'd like to point out that the people with disabilities should say nothing for us without us. That is inclusion for all decisions that concern them. So in addition to this resolution, during 2024 in November, the working group held its workshop to finalize its report, its initial report on the situation of older persons and people with disabilities in Abidjan. However, the financial conditions made it such that on the about 30 people were expected, the 8 members of the working group, the expertise and the technical staff, we only had 5 participants, which means that we couldn't achieve the expected outcome, which was the. But I'd like to thank the participants, however, for the work that they accomplished, and I'd like to appeal for the funding of another meeting in person to complete this document. This document is a dashboard for this. For the situation of older persons and people with disabilities. It's good for us to have this. So I'm really making an appeal for funding so that we can hold this workshop in ideal conditions. In addition to what I have already mentioned and my capacity as a chair of the working group on older persons and people with disabilities, I took part in 2 events. The first was the Global Disability Summit that took place from 1st to 3 April in Berlin. There was a communique on this. It's on the website of the Commission. So I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the GIZ, because it's the GIZ that enabled the working group, me and the other functionary to take part in this event. I'd like to thank them and thank especially Mrs. Ingard, who made this possible. So during this event, the Global Disability Summit, I was invited to take part in the French-speaking consultation meeting. Congo, Guinea, Mauritius, Morocco, DRC, Senegal, and Togo. They met and enabled me to take part in the meeting. And during this meeting, I reiterated the appeal for the continental ratification on the protocol of the rights of people with disabilities. The second event was in the National Forum of Morocco on people with disabilities. I was invited to this forum by the National Human Rights Commission of Morocco, and I was asked to take the floor and discuss with NGOs that defend the rights of people with disabilities, and also this ended up with a communique that you find on the side. But I'd like to express my hearty gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco, Madame Bayayash, for that invitation. I'm delighted I'm delighted about this collaboration. Now, in addition to this as well, I drafted a note on the adoption on 3 May 2025 by the United Nations Human Rights Council. That's the resolution establishing a working group to draft an international convention on the rights of older persons. I was asked by the Bureau of the High Commissioner, so this contribution should be published on 5th of May. I don't know if that happened, but you can understand that during my I underscored that what's necessary when the working group meets to draft this Universal Convention, it should take into account Africa's position that if it is found in the protocol of other persons that have already entered into force. Now, very quickly, activities of awareness raising, because we permanent. I had the Secretariat draft a letter of congratulations to the excellencies of members of the PRC for the support that they provided to the working group on the rights of in their mandate. They received us 2 times to listen to advocacy and they really helped us. And we also like to extend our gratitude to the states that have ratified the protocol. Letters will follow. How can I put this now? Individual letters will follow for states that have ratified. 10 of them that have ratified. They will receive congratulatory letters, and those who have just one or not, they will have letters of encouragement. And for the others that have not ratified any, we'll see about that. Now, I'd like to talk about the state of ratification. To date, 16 ratifications on the protocol of the rights to other persons and 25 signatures. We have 17 ratifications on the protocol of peoples with disabilities and 18 signatures. So we have, for the protocol of elderly persons, we need 38 more ratifications for continental ratification and 37 for the people with disabilities. Now, with regard to elderly persons, 10 countries have signed. It's my wish that those countries should finalize their intentions by submitting ratification instruments to those. I am going to continue, and I'd like to wrap up with disabilities, and I move on to the next part that talks about the situation of human rights in countries that I am in charge of. I'm in charge of Angola, Burundi, Congo, the DRC, and Gabon. And Burundi, yes. Concerning Angola, as regards the general protection of human rights, I supervise the finalization and the transmission to this country final observations from the Commission on its 8th and 9th combined reports and the initial report on the Maputo protocol. These were adopted during the 82nd ordinary session, while the reports were examined in the 81st ordinary session. It should be noted here that in these conclusive final report, recommended all the human rights issues faced by this country, and also I also like to congratulate Angola for its good report with the Commission in accordance with its obligations and swing from the Charter, and I exhort it to use its openness to human rights issues to take up the challenges that have never been completely dealt with. Also, I'd like to hail the leadership played by Angola since the beginning of these 2025 elderly persons and people with disabilities. As mentioned in my previous reports, Angola has ratified everything. It hasn't supported, endorsed the Berlin Statement, they issued the Global Disability Summit of 2025 that I mentioned earlier. With regard to the Republic of Burundi, as regards the general protection of human rights, during the intersession, Burundi concretized the authorization of the promotion mission on the Commission on its soil. This promotion mission, which was a third since the country joined the Charter, was done between the 18th to 25th March 2025. The delegation was made up of Honorable Commissioner Remy Goenlumo, who was the chair of the commission, special rapporteurs on the defenders of human rights, focal points on the reprisals, focal points on independence, Honorable Maria Teresa Manuel, who's the special rapporteur on prisons, detention conditions, policing action in Africa, and my humble self. The delegation was supported by two staff, legal officer of the Secretariat, one on the field, Mrs. Estelle Kukungomo, and the other one in duplex, Mr. Bruno Maison, who is responsible for the technical backstopping of the country reporter that I am. Two press communiques on this mission. One, the two communiques are available on the website of the Commission. The second press communique presents preliminary conclusions of the mission. Challenges were taken up on the issues of human rights in the country, but the general trend shows a good disposition of the government and the various stakeholders to work for better management of the issue. The final report of this mission will be exhaustive on the recommendations of the Commission to enable Burundi to improve its performance on human rights and to respond to to the divergent views expressed by the stakeholders. The dialogue has resumed, and Burundi announced that to all these should be noted with gratitude and encouragement. So during the most important question in the session for the country report that I am is the management and the response of the war in the DRC at borders with Burundi. The country, despite its efforts, can't contain single-handedly the management of refugees that arrive in mass on its country. So there should be exceptional mobilization of all the relevant stakeholders to manage this inflow of refugees and the security implications. Also receive various alerts that are under treatment in conjunction with special the mechanisms concerned of the Commission on the rights of the older persons and people with disabilities. Burundi has ratified the 2 protocols that have entered into. This protocol should be implemented, and I'm delighted about the initiatives such as the launching in January 2025 of the Dikibandi project to include people with disabilities in Burundi with 1 million euros that was mobilized. So Burundi needs to endorse the Berlin statement and the inclusion of people with disabilities at the global level. On the other hand, there are real initiatives concerning in the inclusiveness of people with disabilities in the country. Consequently, and still in my collaboration available for the states concerned to support immediate actions in the short and medium term in implementing the treaties that are ratified and into force. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo, so the protection of human rights, Congo can count on its relative stability at the social and political level as an opportunity to promote and protect human rights. The political resolve of the government in this light is also of an enabling factor. In addition to the statements made by the authorities at the various platforms and tribunes, Mr. M.A. Angeville French Bellinga, the keeper of the seal and Minister of Justice, Human Rights and the Promotion of Indigenous Peoples, on 10 December 2024, during the commemoration of the International Human Rights Day, reaffirmed the commitment of Congo for human rights, and I quote, political resolve of the country that is determined to respect, protect, promote human rights while responding to the contemporary challenges with effectiveness and humanity, end of quote. These strong words, however, are faced with the reality on the field that has not changed since my first report. I actually noted the persistence of concerns identified in the previous report and known because having been discussed with the country on international monitoring platforms on human rights, such as the 4th cycle of the periodic review in January 2024. It's, among other things, the need to remedy the issue, such as the inexistence of a specific legal framework on the protection of human rights defenders, the underrepresentativity of women in decision-making bodies, censorship allegations, and restrictions that exist in the civil space, allegations of practice of torture, conditions beneath international standards in prisons of the country, deteriorations continue and with a high employment rate. So the alerts received from the various stakeholders on the attack of local and non-governmental organizations and the increase in number of incidents or allegations of human rights violation compared to the past 6 months are taken seriously by the reporter that I am. Consequently, I hope that Congo will authorize a mission or promotion mission on its soil to enable me to objectively assess the situation of human rights in that country. Now, as regards the right of other persons and people with disabilities, the Republic of Congo has not signed the protocol on other persons. However, it's not only has it signed, but it has also ratified that on people with disabilities. And it's the state that enabled the entry into force of this instrument on 3 May 2024. I reiterated my congratulations to Madame Irene Cecile Boku Kibansa, Minister of Social Affairs, Solidarity and Humanitarian Action, when she involved me in the meeting of Francophone consultation countries, which I mentioned during the Global Disabilities Summit. During this meeting, the minister confirmed information on the evolution on the legal framework to protect older persons and people with disability in that country. There's a review going on the 1994 law on older persons in order to align it with the most recent standards, and there's also a process to adopt a draft law to protect and promote the rights of older persons, inspired from the protocol of older persons and guidelines of the United Nations. I have no doubt that the ratification and the submitting of these instruments of this last protocol are imminent. Is imminent. Now, on to the Democratic Republic of Congo. As regards the general protection of human rights, the DRC is in security crisis for years now, and all my intercession reports reveal the heavy price that the human rights is paying due to this situation. It also called on all the parties to find a holistic solution far from violence of any kind in order to safeguard the human rights of the population. Unfortunately, the security crisis actually has worsened during the intercession period, because since January 2025, there has been a re-emergence in the province of North and South Kivu of violent fights by the M23 RDF, supported by internal and local forces. Since 30 January 2025, I issued a press communique on the serious worsening of the situation, and I called for the end of hostilities to explore peaceful ways to end the conflict, looking at the negative impact of war on human rights. This communique is available on the site. Following with concern this situation, I also co-signed a press communique when Mr. Delphin Katungo was assassinated, known under the name of Delcat Dengo, on 13 February 2025 in Goma in North Kivu. The joint communique or the common declaration statement of the two parties on 23 April 2025 gives hope to a cessation of hostilities to work for a truce, targeting an effective ceasefire. I request a visit to this country that will help with a dialogue on the field with the state and the relevant actors of these various issues on the rights of people. As I mentioned it in my previous report, this mission is a priority as my role as country rapporteur for the DRC, and I appeal to the authorities of the countries to answer or reply favorably to this request for a visit. As regards the rights of older persons and people with disabilities, the DRC has not signed anything, neither the protocol on other persons nor the one on the people with disabilities. Now, regarding the human rights situation in this country, as summarized earlier, and taking the legal framework of these two categories, more than ever before, it is necessary to ratify the two protocols. These instruments are the royal path to ensure their protection against the plural vulnerability that these groups are exposed to in the context of multifarious issues like in the DRC. The report of the World Food Programme mentions women, children, elderly, and people with disabilities are really vulnerable and living in conditions, unhealthy conditions, and they have limited access to food, water, and care. The hospitals in Goma are overwhelmed, treating the wounded from wars, and some establishments actually function over twice their capacity. In such a context, I was I'm during the consultation of country. I met Mrs. Sambo Jata, the ministry delegate in charge of people living with disabilities and other vulnerable persons. This meeting helped me to congratulate her for having been reappointed in the ministry and for the work she's doing, and to conduct advocacy for the ratification of the two protocols. I know that you have, your country has established a medal for ex-servicemen, and I think this will be done during the national feast of the DRC, now the Republic of Gabon. Regards the general protection of human rights, in my previous report,
I quoted, the country is of the opinion that there will be more promising days for the protection of human rights in the Gabon. And this is to be expected with a lot of optimism to deal with persistent challenges. This note seems to be concretized with the successful elections at the presidential level, which led to the transition leader being elected as president in 2023. So now we have to close this transition by bringing in all normative issues into the new republic, consistent with the new constitution, which we saw enter into force in the field of human rights. While congratulating the newly elected president and all the people of Gabon, wish the country Godspeed within the framework of advanced discussions with the Commission to update the promotion mission, which did not succeed a few years ago. This is necessary at this point to ensure that the fundamental levels of communication are strengthened, so it will be possible to deal with these issues of inmates, the practice of torture, and the difficulties to deal with in terms of the obligations of the state towards the population and their rights. On the issue of elderly persons, Gabon signed the two protocols, and what remains is ratification. The opportunity of a new republic is indeed possible at all stages to make Gabon indeed party to these two protocols and facilitate their implementation. Let me move now to recommendations. My recommendations remain basically similar to those which I made in earlier reports. I invited member states of the African Union, and I'll continue to do so, to attain the continental ratification. For those who have not yet done so, they should ratify the two protocols on the elderly and the handicapped, and to contribute to the initial report on the situation of older persons and people with disabilities in Africa, which has been drafted. So on several occasions, we sent parts of the report to you concerning your countries so that you could make the necessary amendments and comments for us to have the real situation of older persons and the people living with disabilities in your country. I'd like to invite states also in regard precisely to Congo, the DRC, and Gabon, countries for which I'm the rapporteur, which have not yet received a promotion mission, to authorize me to visit their countries, their respective countries. I would also like to invite countries for which I'm the country rapporteur and where the unfavorable situation of human rights have been identified in this report, to give their own version and their reading of this analysis, so that we'll be able to work hand in glove to improve their performance in the field of human rights and share their good practices in the area. For the DRC specifically, I would like to recommend that direct discussions and continuous commitment on the common declaration of the two parties of the 23rd April 2023 should be concretized so that this war should come to an end. I would like to add that this is followed because it is called the Washington process, which will lead to a signing between Rwanda and Burundi, and these are the two countries, Rwanda and the Congo. These are the two countries which signed a declaration under the aegis of the USA. I would like to call on the African Union to give the Commission a sufficient budget to be able to carry out its mission and complete its mandate. I'd like to call on partners and donors to intensify their multivarious aid to the Commission. And here I would like to thank all persons and bodies which have in one way or the other either the Commission, the working groups on older persons and people living with disabilities, which have worked in the and helped the Commission in the implementation of its mandate. I'd like to call all and sundry to help the Commission to attain its objective, which is the promotion and protection of human rights in Africa. Let me recall that to grow old is indeed a good thing, but for us to be able to grow old, we have to work towards it. And we all have to work. This eye works because the other eye is also working. They work together, and I would like to thank you. It's a matter of complementarity. Thank you. Thank you, Special Rapporteur on the older persons and persons living with disabilities. Now, before break, would like to quickly call on the three institutions which are registered. There's no state which is registered, and I don't see anyone seeking the floor. I see the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then I'll move to NHRIs and South Sudan. Your Excellency, the Vice Minister in charge of International Litigation, Minister of Justice, I'll give you the floor in relation to what the country rapporteur said. You have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. We requested the floor to thank and congratulate the country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We notice that she has done a well-researched piece of work, and this said, would want to say that human rights being an ideal for all states of the world, our role is not to reject all the time the findings or to reject the recommendations made. We have noted that the DRC has not yet ratified the protocol on the rights of older persons and those living with disabilities. When we return to our country, we will start preparing what should be done in order that very quickly we will be able to be consistent with that. As regards the mission which the country rapporteur has to carry out in the Democratic Republic of Congo as well, we are already committed here to inform you that it will be authorized and will do so upon our return to the country. We just have to note, as you stated, that human rights are indeed violated in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and this is as a result of the fact that Paul Kagame's Rwanda has not stopped being an aggressor to our country, and this explains the massive and repeated violations of the rights of the civilians, of the civilian population. We stated here yesterday that even admitted to sign a peace agreement, Rwanda has still attacked the region of Lunya Senge. So we start wondering what Paul Kagame and Rwanda are really looking for. As for the Democratic Republic of Congo, through President Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Kilombo and the Sumenwa government, all what we want is peace. Peace for everyone in the Democratic Republic of Congo and in the region. I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister, for your statement. I'll give the floor to South Sudan. South Sudan, you have the floor. It's rather South Africa. It's South Africa and not South Africa.
The rapporteur for the good report. Chair, South Africa stands firmly committed to the promotion and protection of the rights and well-being of older persons and persons with disabilities. South African Constitution promotes equality, prevents unfair discrimination, and ensures access to services. My government have many gains in this area, and the legislations such as Older Persons Act of 2006, the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities of 2015, and the Disability Rights Act of 2022. We have laid a strong foundation for their inclusion and protection of empowerment. My government provides socio-economic support to older persons and the persons with disabilities. Over 4 million older persons in South Africa receive the old age grant, and more than 1 million individuals benefit from disability grants. These grants have assisted South Africa in alleviating poverty and providing economic security. Chair, South Africa ensures that people with disability have access to education and employment opportunities to promote independency and economic participation. Even though we have all these gains, Chair, we are still faced with challenges, especially in rural areas, where access for fair services and economic opportunities are limited. Also, we are faced with discrimination and stigma, which continues to undermine our inclusion. To address these challenges, Chair, my government have tried to have public education campaigns that ensures that all South Africans are aware of the challenges of the people with disability and older people face on daily basis. Chair, South Africa is committed to ensure that to promote human and people's rights regardless of age or disabilities, and South Africa is also committed to ensure that all people have access to opportunities and people with disabilities are integrated in the society. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Eritrea?
Honorable Chair, distinguished commissioners and esteemed delegates, my delegation takes note of the report of the chairperson of the working group of the rights of older persons and people with disabilities. I would like to state the efforts Eritrea has been doing in realizing the rights of people with disabilities. Persons with disabilities face a number of challenges. Eritrea is working to address these challenges through inclusive policies, stronger legal protection, and international cooperation. In December 2024, Eritrea ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRDP, and revised its national disability policy to enhance protection in education, employment, healthcare, and social participation, with a special focus on women and children with disabilities. New public infrastructure regulations now mandate universal designs in government buildings, transport, and digital services.
Thank you.
In education, 67% of children with disabilities are enrolled in primary schools, up from 58% in 2020, supported by inclusive education programs and teacher trainings. Healthcare systems, 85% of the persons with disabilities now have access to rehabilitation services compared to 72% in 2020 due to expanded community-based programs. Awareness campaigns, nationwide initiatives, including sign language training for public services providers and media sensitization programs. Some 3,500 small businesses grants were allocated to entrepreneurs with disabilities under the Eritrean Livelihoods Program. Direct cash transfers and assistive devices such as wheelchairs, hearing aids were distributed to over 12,000 plus beneficiaries in 2024. While different challenges persist, we remain steadfast in ensuring that no one is left behind. Eritrea reaffirms its commitment to the equality, dignity, and full participation of persons with disabilities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Eritrea. We commend you. Je vais appeler les...
I'll now call on the following national human rights institutions: Ethiopia, Commissioner Hadi;
investigation and advocacy campaigns for the promotion of the rights of older persons and persons with disability over the last 6 months during the intercession period. I would like to highlight some positive developments, challenges, and recommendations. To begin with the positive developments, persons with disabilities displaced due to urban development projects in Jimma and Agaro cities were provided with accessible working and living spaces. The Samara Physical Rehabilitation Center in Afar region has resumed services for persons with physical disabilities. A draft new law addresses the rights of older persons, and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission has provided feedback. Honorable Chairperson, there are also challenges. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission held a public hearing on the accessibility of buildings for persons with disability in Addis Ababa and found that inaccessibility of buildings prevented them from using basic services including telecommunication, schools, and banks, and exercising their rights to social, economic, and political participation. Leaders of the relevant public institution participated in the public hearing and pledged to take corrective measures to improve accessibility of buildings. Over the last 2 months, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission conducted monitoring on special needs and inclusive schools in 8 regions across Ethiopia. The monitoring found limited awareness of the rights of persons with disability among school communities, shortage of sign language interpreters in classrooms, different forms of gender-based violence, physically inaccessible school facilities, and a shortage of learning resources and trained staff. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission presented the following recommendation: The government should improve accessibility of buildings, adapt the draft law on the rights of persons with disabilities, expedite enactment of the draft law on the rights of older persons, and increase efforts of improving inclusive education programs across all regions. Finally, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission recommends the ratification of the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of persons with disability in Africa. I thank you for your attention, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Habdi. La Commission nationale des droits de l'homme.
National Human Rights Commission of Senegal. I think Tiam is not there. So let's call, before we go on break, we should call on the International Commission of Juries.
Working Group, thank you for your report. The International Commission of Jurists appreciates the efforts of the Commission and the Working Group to help advance the widest level of ratification and effective domestic implementation of the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa, including through adopting a resolution during the 81st session, as noted in your report. On the first anniversary of the coming into force of the protocol, the ICJ calls upon the Commission, in consultation with its member states, persons with disabilities, engaged civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to develop effective guidelines for periodic reporting under the protocol, as announced in your report. The proposed guidelines will ensure that a clear framework is in place to facilitate reports by state parties on the steps they have taken towards implementing their obligations, as mandated under Article 34 of the protocol, including the adoption of national laws, policies, programs, and practices that are compliant with the protocol's provisions. The proposed guidelines should further provide a framework to enable persons with disabilities, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to work collectively with government focal points and other agencies of member states to set up accountability mechanisms to support the implementation of the protocol. This initiative would be consistent with Commission's established practices. In developing the guidelines, we urge the Commission to fully take into account the guidelines on periodic reporting to the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which create a framework for reporting under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. These guidelines were developed by the committee in full consultation with persons with disabilities. The ICJ further calls on all African Union member states to co-sponsor and support the adoption of the proposed guidelines. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, International Commission of Juries.
I'd like to call on the Honorable Commissioner Abomo to take 5 minutes for comments, for final comments. Thank you for giving me the floor once more, Chair. I would like to thank all those who took the floor to comment and made statements. I would like to recognize the DRC, which has made a commitment here to ensure that my request for the promotion mission is approved. I hope that this will be achieved. I would also like to thank the Republic of South Africa for all the information which it has provided here. And it is my hope that South Africa and Eritrea will provide us with their declaration so that we will be able to be abreast with the updates on the information contained in the initial report. I would especially like to say that if you are not among the countries which have ratified the protocol, to make an effort to do so. It is important for the protocol to be ratified because it is this protocol which will serve as a guide in the effective process of implementation and making domesticating our programs and legislation in these different protocols. You have heard the representative of the International Commission of Juries who has made proposals to us on the drafting of guidelines. We take note of this because our experts who are very competent will take all of that into consideration and will work on them. And I would want to state here for those who are not yet aware that our expert for East Africa is a member of the Ethiopian National Commission. That's Madam Rigby. And I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to say that the working group comprises 5 experts, one per region, and I think it'll be a good idea that all and sundry amongst these experts should coordinate the activities. They should update what is taking place in the different regions, and it is very important for us to have all this information in real time. This said, Chair, I think I have nothing more to say. I would like to thank you, and in a single word, ratify, ratify. For those who are yet to do so, ratify. Thank you. And for those who have already ratified, would like to add that they should domesticate and apply and enforce. So we'll now go on break and we'll be coming back in 30 minutes. Congratulations, Commissioner Abomo. 30 minutes break and then we come back here.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi. Pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema, na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Leria, ni wakili wa serikali, na tumetuma nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama ilivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri, commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima, pamoja na protokali zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well that includes indigenous people, and we're very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially, and we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this Commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the Commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
Investments on the promotion of socio-economic rights. As you all know, the APRM promotes socio-economic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
Muito boa tarde. Eu sou Emílio José Manuel, presidente da Plataforma Lusófona dos Direitos Humanos, participando aqui na 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Tem sido uma oportunidade, especialmente para nós falarmos sobre a reforma e a restauração, que é a agenda da Comissão Africana neste ano. Temos que precisar olhar para os nossos países como estamos a questão da reforma, da reconciliação, das normas que permitem que a reconciliação seja efetiva e também a questão da reparação, a questão do acesso à justiça, a restrição do espaço cívico e a participação. Tem sido uma grande oportunidade para nós podermos analisar e apresentar uma fotografia e radiografia da situação dos direitos humanos nos nossos países. Nós abordamos aqui sobre o direito de associação, reunião e manifestação. Dias de participação e que no qual nós esperamos, de forma muito assertiva, poder contribuir para os espaços de diálogo entre a União Africana, a Comissão Africana e também as organizações da sociedade civil. Sabemos que a Comissão está em reforma, também podermos contribuir especialmente sobre o artigo 59, que tem a ver com a confidencialidade e a divulgação das queixas apresentadas pelas organizações. Muito obrigado.
My name is Lakson Radzikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe, in the southern region of Africa, and I'm from the Office of the Attorney General in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we are reviewing the decisions that were made, and we intend to implement some of the decisions. We hope that once we have done that, we go back home and implement the decisions that would have been done. Thank you very much.
I came to represent Child Protection Alliance, and my presentation was promoting inclusivity in child protection and the vulnerable groups. So as CPA, it was exactly a timely thing for us, because we have just reviewed our strategic plan as Child Protection Alliance, and the strategic plan was about inclusion of children living with disabilities, of children living with HIV/AIDS, of children in juvenile jail, prisons, and of children who are out of school. So with that strategic plan, the purpose of reviewing the strategic plan is actually to include those vulnerable groups, because we had missed them in our strategic planning. And therefore, my presentation was actually how we have reviewed our strategic plan to bring the vulnerable groups on board, since we have been ignoring them in terms of prioritizing our strategic objectives. Much as we have been working with the organizations that work directly with children with disabilities, children out of school, but it was not captured in our strategic plan. So we were far away from the vulnerable groups. And that's the contribution I made. And I think the theme identification was proper for Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yote yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema, na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Leria, ni wakili wa serikali na tumetuma, nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama ilivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokali zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well, that includes indigenous people, and we're very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially, and we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
My name is Batrokwa Magwa. I'm the political advisor to the CEO of the ACHPR Continental Secretariat. We are attending the African Commission on Women and People's Rights Special Mechanism. So we are participating as one of the AGA platform members, and we participated in a panel discussion on aligning official development assistance and investments on the promotion of socio-economic rights. As you all know, the ACHPR promotes socio-economic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
Muito boa tarde. Eu sou o Emílio José Manuel, presidente da Plataforma Lusófona dos Direitos Humanos, participando aqui na 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Tem sido uma oportunidade, especialmente para nós falarmos sobre a reforma e a restauração, que é a agenda da Comissão Africana neste ano. Temos que precisar olhar para os nossos países como estamos a questão da reforma, da reconciliação, das normas que permitem que a reconciliação seja efetiva e também a questão da reparação, a questão do acesso à justiça, a restrição do espaço cívico e a participação. Tem sido uma grande oportunidade para nós podermos analisar e apresentar uma fotografia e radiografia da situação dos direitos humanos nos nossos países. Nós abordamos aqui sobre o direito de associação, reunião e manifestação. Dias de participação e que no qual nós esperamos, de forma muito assertiva, poder contribuir para os espaços de diálogo entre a União Africana, a Comissão Africana e também as organizações da sociedade civil. Sabemos que a Comissão está em reforma, também podermos contribuir especialmente sobre o artigo 59, que tem a ver com a confidencialidade e a divulgação das queixas apresentadas pelas organizações. Muito obrigado.
My name is Lakson Muradzikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe, in the southern region of Africa, and I'm from the Office of the Attorney General in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we are reviewing the decisions that were made, and we intend to implement some of the decisions. We hope that once we have done that, we go back home and implement the decisions that would have been done. Thank you very much.
I came to represent Child Protection Alliance, and my presentation was promoting inclusivity in child protection and the vulnerable groups. So as CPA, it was exactly a timely thing for us, because we have just reviewed our strategic plan as Child Protection Alliance, and the strategic plan was about inclusion of children living with disabilities, of children living with HIV/AIDS, of children in juvenile jail, prisons, and of children who are out of school. So with that strategic plan, the purpose of reviewing the strategic plan is actually to include those vulnerable groups, because we had missed them in our strategic planning. And therefore, my presentation was actually how we have reviewed our strategic plan to bring the vulnerable groups on board, since we have been ignoring them in terms of prioritizing our strategic objectives. Much as we have been working with the organizations that work directly with children with disabilities, children out of school, but it was not captured in our strategic plan. So we were far away from the vulnerable groups. And that's the contribution I made. And I think the theme identification was proper for Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema. Na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Lelia, ni wakili wa serikali, na tumetuma nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama yalivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokali zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well that includes indigenous people, and we're very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially, and we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
My name is Batrokwa Magwa. I'm the political advisor to the CEO of the ACHPR Continental Secretariat. We are attending the African Commission on Women and People's Rights Special Mechanism. So we are participating as one of the AGA platform members, and we participated in a panel discussion on aligning official development assistance and investments on the promotion of socioeconomic rights. As you all know, the ACHPR promotes socioeconomic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
Muito boa tarde. Eu sou Emílio José Manuel, presidente da Plataforma Lusófona dos Direitos Humanos, participando aqui na 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Tem sido uma oportunidade, especialmente para nós falarmos sobre a reforma e a restauração, que é a agenda da Comissão Africana neste ano. Temos que precisar olhar para os nossos países como estamos a questão da reforma, da reconciliação, das normas que permitem que a reconciliação seja efetiva e também a questão da reparação, a questão do acesso à justiça, a restrição do espaço cívico e a participação. Tem sido uma grande oportunidade para nós podermos analisar e apresentar uma fotografia e radiografia da situação dos direitos humanos nos nossos países. Nós abordamos aqui sobre o direito de associação, reunião e manifestação. Dias de participação e que no qual nós esperamos, de forma muito assertiva, poder contribuir para os espaços de diálogo entre a União Africana, a Comissão Africana e também as organizações da sociedade civil. Sabemos que a Comissão está em reforma, também podermos contribuir especialmente sobre o artigo 59, que tem a ver com a confidencialidade e a divulgação das queixas apresentadas pelas organizações. Muito obrigado.
My name is Lakson Muradzikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe, in the southern region of Africa, and I'm from the Office of the Attorney General in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we are reviewing the decisions that were made, and we intend to implement some of the decisions. We hope that once we have done that, we go back home and implement the decisions that would have been done. Thank you very much.
I came to represent Child Protection Alliance, and my presentation was promoting inclusivity in child protection and the vulnerable groups. So as CPA, it was exactly a timely thing for us, because we have just reviewed our strategic plan as Child Protection Alliance, and the strategic plan was about inclusion of children living with disabilities, of children living with HIV/AIDS, of children in juvenile jail, prisons, and of children who are out of school. So with that strategic plan, the purpose of reviewing the strategic plan is actually to include those vulnerable groups, because we had missed them in our strategic planning. And therefore, my presentation was actually how we have reviewed our strategic plan to bring the vulnerable groups on board, since we have been ignoring them in terms of prioritizing our strategic objectives. Much as we have been working with the organizations that work directly with children with disabilities, children out of school, but it was not captured in our strategic plan. So we were far away from the vulnerable groups, and that's the contribution I made, and I think the theme identification was proper for Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yote yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema, na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Leria, ni wakili wa serikali na tumetuma, nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama ilivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokoli zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well that includes indigenous people, and very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially, and we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
My name is Batrokwa Magwa. I'm the political advisor to the CEO of the ACHPR Continental Secretariat. We are attending the African Commission on Women and People's Rights Special Mechanism. So we are participating as one of the AGA platform members, and we participated in a panel discussion on aligning official development assistance and investments on the promotion of socio-economic rights. As you all know, the ACHPR promotes socio-economic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
Muito boa tarde. Eu sou Emílio José Manuel, presidente da Plataforma Lusófona dos Direitos Humanos, participando aqui na 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Tem sido uma oportunidade, especialmente para nós falarmos sobre a reforma e a restauração, que é a agenda da Comissão Africana neste ano. Temos que precisar olhar para os nossos países como estamos a questão da reforma, da reconciliação, das normas que permitem que a reconciliação seja efetiva e também a questão da reparação, a questão do acesso à justiça, a restrição do espaço cívico e a participação. Tem sido uma grande oportunidade para nós podermos analisar e apresentar uma fotografia e radiografia da situação dos direitos humanos nos nossos países. Nós abordamos aqui sobre o direito de associação, reunião e manifestação. Dias de participação e que no qual nós esperamos, de forma muito assertiva, poder contribuir para os espaços de diálogo entre a União Africana, a Comissão Africana e também as organizações da sociedade civil. Sabemos que a Comissão está em reforma, também podermos contribuir especialmente sobre o artigo 59, que tem a ver com a confidencialidade e a divulgação das queixas apresentadas pelas organizações. Muito obrigado.
My name is Lakson Radzikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe, in the southern region of Africa, and I'm from the Office of the Attorney General in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we are reviewing the decisions that were made, and we intend to implement some of the decisions. We hope that once we have done that, we go back home and implement the decisions that would have been done. Thank you very much.
I came to represent Child Protection Alliance, and my presentation was promoting inclusivity in child protection and the vulnerable groups. So as CPA, it was exactly a timely thing for us, because we have just reviewed our strategic plan as Child Protection Alliance, and the strategic plan was about inclusion of children living with disabilities, of children living with HIV/AIDS, of children in juvenile jail, prisons, and of children who are out of school. So with that strategic plan, the purpose of reviewing the strategic plan is actually to include those vulnerable groups, because we had missed them in our strategic planning. And therefore, my presentation was actually how we have reviewed our strategic plan to bring the vulnerable groups on board, since we have been ignoring them in terms of prioritizing our strategic objectives. Much as we have been working with the organizations that work directly with children with disabilities, children out of school, but it was not captured in our strategic plan. So we were far away from the vulnerable groups. And that's the contribution I made. And I think the theme identification was proper for Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema, na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Leria, ni wakili wa serikali, na tumetuma nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama ilivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokoli zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well that includes indigenous people, and we're very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially, and we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
My name is Batrokwa Magwa. I'm the political advisor to the CEO of the ACHPR Continental Secretariat. We are attending the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Special Mechanism. So we are participating as one of the AGA platform members, and we participated in a panel discussion on aligning official development assistance and investments on the promotion of socio-economic rights. As you all know, the ACHPR promotes socio-economic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
Muito boa tarde.
Nous allons, s'il vous plaît, nous allons reprendre avec notre agenda qu'on vous a projeté ce matin à l'écran. On va continuer avec les rapports d'activité. Maintenant, je vais présenter le rapport du rapporteur spécial sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, ainsi que le rapport du président de la commission. Je vais vraiment les synthétiser. Ces rapports sont disponibles sur le site internet et ils peuvent être consultés par vous. Je commence par le premier rapport, le rapport du rapporteur spécial sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Point focal sur les représailles et point focal sur l'indépendance judiciaire en Afrique. C'est un rapport que nous présentons conformément à l'article 25 et 64 de notre règlement intérieur et il rend compte des activités de ce mécanisme spécial depuis la 81e session ordinaire que nous avions tenue en novembre 2024. Il a 5 parties et vous verrez dans chaque partie l'économie générale de chaque partie, comme nous le disons à l'introduction. En tant que point focal sur l'indépendance judiciaire en Afrique, nous avons écrit des lettres d'appel urgents sur quelques allégations en rapport avec la violation de l'indépendance judiciaire. Ce que nous avons pu constater, c'est que les autorités de quelques pays, dans ces lettres d'appel urgent, notamment en Ouganda, nous en avons envoyé une parce que nous avons pu exprimer notre préoccupation sur les violations présumées sur la norme.
Violations of the notion of judicial independence on judicial professionals and the judgment of civilians in the military courts or the trial of civilians by military courts instead of being trialed in the civil court. So we express this concern regarding the Republic of Uganda. We also sent a few press communiques on the occasion of the commemoration of the International Day of Endangered Lawyers. It's a day that was celebrated on the 21st January of each year. We took part in a webinar of the commemoration of the International Day of Lawyers. Like I said, it took place on 24th January. So we did a few developments from paragraph 16 to paragraph 20, in which we note that in several countries the Minister of Justice is disputing leadership with the president of the Supreme Council of Magistracy. In so many countries, there are issues on this topic. There are so many tensions in many African countries between the national parliaments and the high courts on issues of immunities that members members of parliament enjoy. So sometimes some high courts lift these immunities and prosecute these MPs. When the parliament complain, these high courts continue to prosecute them without taking into account their immunity, diplomatic immunity, or diplomatic immunity of the MPs. I provided outcome and recommendations with regard to this issue, and by mentioning, for example, that for the recommendations, there should be strict respect of the separation of powers between these two. As regards country rapporteur, I addressed a few urgent letters on concerning Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Togo on some concerning situations regarding the defenders of human rights. And in our report, there are details of these urgent appeal letters. If the countries are represented here, they must have seen these details. So we recommend that the countries should conduct research, and bullying, harassing, judicial harassment against human rights defenders should cease. So it's a recommendation that we regularly make, that countries should adopt specific laws in the area of activities as in my capacity as Commissioner Rapporteur responsible for reprisals. We conduct, I think there's a mistake in the report. In our promotion activities, I took part in a webinar on the launching of the report, Civil Space and Human Rights Defenders in Sahel, regional conventions on 20 February 2025. Sahel is noted for carrying out a lot of reprisals on these defenders. For protection activities, we wrote urgent appeal letters. We addressed them to several countries, and once again, we sent two to Algeria, one to Cameroon, one to Cote d'Ivoire, one to Ethiopia, one to Libya, Mali, Niger, and Togo. I'm not going to get into details. The details are in the report, which are on the website. In part 4, I talk about the mission that was given to me to develop a statement on the protection of the rights of human rights defenders. The activity is ongoing. God willing, I could go and consult the structures on the fields and have their input through meetings that could organized. Otherwise, for the time being, the text that was is available on the website, and it has been actually improved both quality and quantity wise. And at the end of this session, you have it on the website, and I invite you to. I'd like to invite the states and the NHRIs and CSOs to make their observations. As usual, we come up with an analysis on the freedom of association and assembly in Africa. I know that there's a report that is expected on the reprisals. We're still working on that. I'm going to request the partners that are expecting this report to crave indulgence, because we are fine-tuning the report. It's not just producing a report for the sake of it, but it should be have a lot of substance. I'm also going to do a report on the position of the or the stance of the commissioner or the chair of the commission. This is a current or daily function. We have to be available 24 hours on the day to conduct the activities of the commission. We do not list the activities. This report that is usually written by the secretary shows that there is no deficiency on this topic regarding the part of the chair. We have conducted during the sessions all activities that are under us in perfect harmony with our secretariat for the success. Given to the commission on 6th September 2024, we took part in an international symposium that was on the issue of transitional justice, and during this forum we actually mentioned that all countries of all African countries they need a phase of transitional justice to link their past to the future, because all these countries at a given time in their history went through either colonization or decolonization without this justice, from one dictatorial period to democracy in the form of violation of human rights without passing through transitional and reparative justice. We feel that the African Commission, through our special mechanism that's in charge of transitional justice, should actually plead so that there should be this justice in all countries in Africa, because all countries need this transitional justice, although it is increasing urgent for some others. So we also took part in the official opening of the ordinary session of the seat legislative of the Pan-African Parliament as chair of the commission. We actually sought to share with the MPs in order to do an evaluation of the human situation in Africa. I think the commission should keep this up. Actually sharing with Africa. The commission should be present during the human rights with the MPs, because they have so many things to say as well, contrary to what we think. And I also report the exchange I had with them on this issue, on this human rights issue. I also went to Côte d'Ivoire in Abidjan, an activity organized by the National Human Rights Council of Côte d'Ivoire, which regularly holds training sessions in international law and human rights. That was the 4th training, and we also conveyed a message or delivered a message for people who had been trained on international law, human rights, and children's law. We collaborated with the Mrs. President Sangaye. We also went to the radio to do the promotion and protection of human rights, the African Charter on human rights. I also took part in the judicial seminar in Arusha in February 2025. This seminar was organized by the African Court. I took part, I moderated a few panels as complementarity of our two actions, and that of the court and the commission, and the details are in the report, paragraph 14 to 17. I took place in a higher level dialogue or debate in Geneva during the 58th session of the Human Rights Council. The presence of our institution in this council is of crucial importance because it helps Africa to say something with regarding to the processing of dossiers in Africa. It's not the first time that we are doing it. We do attend it when we have the means. And during that occasion, my message was to indicate to all African states that Africa is tired of being subjected to the human rights charity system, to always be begging for its rights to be respected, as it is recognized not only in international instruments but in the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. So this system of begging should come to an end. Africa, we have to start learning to respect Africa and the African population, and the rights that are recognized to them are not gifts, but the rights that they are entitled to. I also took part during the intercession period in the traditional meeting of the deliberative organs of the African Union, especially the PRC, all the virtual meetings of the PRC. We attended it to a level best. The meetings of the Executive Council and the Conference of Heads of States and Government that took place in February 2025. And back to back, we also took part in meetings that were organized in Addis on the sidelines of the summit, especially the ACHPR meetings that took place on the sidelines of this summit. It's during this meeting and talking about Sudan that I took the floor. You know, AGA, the African Governance Architecture for Peace and Security in Africa. I took the floor to point out that the Peace and Security Council at the level of heads of state recommended the Commission to conduct a fact-finding mission on Sudan, but the resources to back this are never followed, and I made it a point of duty to let them know that Africa is working on a shoestring, and I deplored the fact that to carry out a fact-finding mission is not just providing a political agreement. We need the means, the wherewithal to conduct this. Human rights have a financial cost that has to be borne by member states before we even start looking for partners. It is very difficult for the credibility of our report for us to be asked to go look for resources on the street. But kudos to our fact-finding mission, because even though we had lacked the means, the commissioner and the rapporteur working on this issue could work. Well, I know that is not what I'm saying is not welcome, but I am not here to say what is nice to people's ears, but I have to do and say what has to be said and done, and fulfill my role as the chair. So on the sidelines of the roles of activities of the Summit of the African Union, I also took part in signing a cooperation between our institution and the African Union Commission, the fight against that's the Anti-Corruption Board, the African Board Against Corruption. Yes, we signed an agreement with them, an MOU that is, to strengthen our collaboration in the area of the protection and promotion of human rights, putting an end to the cycle of our isolation of our institutions, so that they can start working with other institutions that work in the area of promoting and protecting human rights. So we have already signed the MMU with the Anti-Corruption, the Committee of Experts, the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the Pan-African Parliament, and the Court. So we have a complete framework that enables us to conduct activities jointly. So we took part as well in the mission in Burundi. We were upset. We have been absent with an issue that concerns Burundi for so many years now. With thanks to the work that that was carried out by Honorable Commissioner Abomo, we renewed our activities with Burundi, and I think she has presented the report. And overall, it was an excellent mission that enabled us to interact with the authorities and the civil society, with the ombudsman and the legal authorities and judicial authorities. In the days ahead, we're going to adopt the final conclusions with regard to that mission, while hoping, if I'm not mistaken, they could come before this commission and present their periodic report, which will bring them into the family of the African Union, who will wish them and I'd like to invite the other countries that feel that there are relations with the Commission, because we have not gone to their countries and they have not been presented a report, should make an effort to establish a link with us in this area. In this slide, I would like to hail Sudan. I don't know if it's Sudan or South Sudan that said yesterday that they need technical backstopping to draft their periodic report. Yes, so we have taken note to establish this link with them, and the country rapporteur is working hard to this end. Also, even the Portuguese speaking country that also requested for support, we're going to provide the support. In the 82nd session that we held in March, it was an online session. It went well regarding all the files that were on the agenda. All the deliverables were provided, and I'd like to seize this opportunity to thank all my colleagues that took part in that meeting. I also like to mention that as regards this session, I took part online in the NGO forum organized prior to the 83rd session. That's to prepare the current session with regard to ideas, resolutions, agenda, and it's an opportunity for me to thank Mrs. Anna Foster of the steering committee of the NGO Forum for all their accumulated efforts that help us to hold a session, to have a heated debate, because the NGO Forum gives us a lot of substance to work with. Now, as regards the letters and publications of press communiques, I think I've already said something about it. I would not like to belabor it. So regarding recommendations of the report of the chair, and the report that I did as a rapporteur, summarizing it in 30 minutes, most of the previous reports that we repeat, what is important is that the mechanism would like to express its gratitude to all human rights defenders for all the interactions that we've had together. And my capacity as chair, I would like to express my hearty thanks for the support provided by state NHRIs, CSOs during this period. God willing, for the little time that we have to sit on this chair as chair, we hope that you continue to support us until when we will hand over the baton to whosoever will replace us when we come to the end of our mandate at the end of this year. Otherwise, I'd like to thank everybody. We were still in the same hall. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move on to the interactive session. We'll start with the report on the special rapporteur of the human rights defenders, and thereafter we'll go on to that of the chair if there are questions. Generally speaking, the report of the chair doesn't really raise any controversy, but if there are concerns, we'll take them. I'd like to start with the Embassy of the Sahrawi Republic in Addis Ababa, Ambassador Malalin Ahmed. Deputy Permanent Representative, you have the floor. Please be brief.
The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic takes due note of the chairperson of the Commission and Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defender and Reprisal in Africa report, and congratulates him for his interesting activity report on human rights defender. We commend the Commission's commitment to protecting human rights defenders across our continent, an exercise that will always need improvement, of course, because the stakes are very high and the safety of these courageous men and women, human rights defenders, is so important that all efforts to support and shield them are welcome. Today, the Sahrawi Republic finds it necessary to bring to the Commission's attention the persistent and escalating repression faced by Sahrawi human rights defenders and civil society activists in general in the occupied territories of Western Sahara, who work in very difficult conditions, targeted by Moroccan systematic repression and not much protected by the international and African human rights mechanism, unfortunately. In recent days, for example, during the launch of an international campaign in solidarity with Sahrawi political prisoners, the majority of which distinguished human rights defenders themselves, Moroccan forces of occupation assaulted the homes of several families of these very political prisoners. These attacks are part of a broader pattern of intimidation and oppression aimed at silencing not only the families of prisoners, but all voices advocating for their rights. A prominent Sahrawi human rights defender, Mrs. Sultana Khaya, endured a de facto house arrest from November 2020 to May 2022. During this period, very long period, she and her family, her 80-year-old mother included, were forbidden from receiving family members. They were deprived of water in various occasions, also deprived of electricity and connection. They were subjected to multiple police raids and assaults, exposed to sexual violence perpetrated by Moroccan agents, and all these crimes are documented and filmed. The United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for the immediate release of Sahrawi activists detained without due process. Furthermore, United Nations human rights experts have condemned the attacks on human rights defenders in Western Sahara, highlighting cases of intimidation, harassment, death threats, and physical and sexual assault. but Morocco refuses to positively respond to all these calls and recommendations and enjoys a strange, persistent impunity. In light of this ongoing violation, Mr. Chairperson, the Sahrawi Republic urged the African Commission to undertake a fact-finding mission to the occupied territories of West Sahara to assess the human rights situation firsthand in compliance with the Commission's own decision of 2016, to condemn reprisal against Sahrawi human rights defenders and issue appeals in the most serious cases, call for the immediate release of all Sahrawi political prisoners only, peaceful. The Kingdom of Morocco to comply with its obligation under international humanitarian law and international human rights law and cease the criminalization of civil society actors in Western Sahara. And I conclude to also advocate for the establishment of an independent human rights monitoring mechanism in Western Sahara, a long-standing demand of international human rights organizations and a crucial component of any credible United Nations African Union-led process. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur.
Your Excellency, for your speech. Now I'll give the floor to Sharif Emid, the Council, the advisor, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. You have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners. My delegation would like to express its gratitude to Honorable Chair for his presentation, and we take note. Algeria pays special attention with its cooperation with ACHPR in openness and constructive collaboration. I'd like to cooperate in goodwill with the mechanisms of the Commission and to answer all the reply to all the letters that were addressed to it. With regard to paragraph 22 in the report, we'd like to specify that after verification, this urgent appeal was not received by the national authority. However, the delegation that is present in this session has taken note of this aspect and is ready to receive a copy, a physical copy, and consequently, the report should take into account this lack of formal receipt and addressing of communiques. I would like to appreciate the response of the Algerian government and underscores that this reply was sent in a very short notice, and Algeria expresses its commitment to work with the special mechanisms of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Thank you very much.
I wish to take this opportunity.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Hein? La Côte d'Ivoire a demandé la parole, je n'avais pas vu le chevalier. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole.
I would like, just like the previous speakers, congratulate you for the quality of your report and say that we are delighted to take the floor this morning to share with you some small piece of information. As you are aware, Mr. Commissioner, since November 2021, Côte d'Ivoire adopted an interministerial order to set up a committee to protect human rights defenders. And as a country rapporteur, this mechanism was reproach for not taking into account civil society organizations. And this morning, I'd like to share with you that since March 2025, a new interministerial order was adopted, and that amends the previous order substantially, and it incorporates the civil society into the mechanism. That's the mechanism of human rights defenders. I wanted to share this information with you and to express our gratitude to you for the work that you are doing, and I'd like to congratulate you once again for the quality of your report. Thank you. Thank you, Cote d'Ivoire. Thanks. And back to Zimbabwe Women's Commission, you have the floor. Ethiopia.
Honorable Chair, I wish to take this opportunity to commend the special rapporteurs and also the Commission for giving us an opportunity as NHRIs to also share the work that we do and to also express the views that we have. And regarding particularly the issue of human rights defenders that are in Africa and the strengthening of their mandate and their protection, I want to also just take this opportunity to urge, to propose that as one of the steps that can be concrete that national human rights institutions like ourselves and fellow national human rights institutions in Africa can do is to amplify the voice of not only national human rights institutions but also Africa as a whole around the phenomenal opportunity that is presented by the existence of our very own Africa Human Rights Day on the 21st of October. I raise this because it's a day that usually, very sadly, passes with very little notice taken, not only by us on the continents as NHRIs, but also even as our governments or even civil society organizations, that if one were to conduct, for example, a Google search on what Human Rights Day is, our neighbors, South Africa, are the ones that actually appear sometimes a lot next to International Human Rights Day. And I would like to propose on behalf of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, but also on behalf of the network of African national human rights institutions, whose steering committee adopted in Geneva, I propose the motion that we start as Africans to take the opportunity and to take the responsibility to amplify our own voices for Africa Human Rights Day, so that it's celebrated, if not more, but as much as International Human Rights Day. I thank you.
Yes, thank you for your proposals. We take note. Je vais retourner à l'Éthiopie et ensuite je vais donner la parole à la délégation de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Éthiopie?
Ethiopia first.
Commissioners, distinguished delegates of member states, all protocols observed, the Ethiopian delegation would like to thank Honorable Chairperson for your intersession report and takes note. We would like to address areas of concern identified by the mechanism in the report regarding the suspension of 5 civil society organizations in Ethiopia. The government of Ethiopia recognized civil society organizations' contribution for democratization and national transformation. In this context, important steps have been undertaken to strengthen civil society organizations' representation in the country through legislative and political reforms. Civil society organizations agency oversees the works of civil societies as prescribed under the law. On the basis of this, there are 4,568 civil society organizations registered in and operating pursuant to the law. While committed to promoting a collaborative and enabling environment for civil society organizations, the Ethiopian government also acknowledges the importance of accountability and the rule of law. Mechanisms are also in place to address violations of national legislations, policy frameworks, or international norms. Honorable Chairperson, any action taken by the regulatory authority, including those concerning the CSOs mentioned in the report under discussions, are grounded in Ethiopia's human rights obligations. The Charter. It's typical that legal restrictions that are necessary in a democratic society to protect national security, public safety, public order, public health, or morals, or the rights and freedoms of others is legally permitted under international and regional human rights treaties. Furthermore, before lifting any suspension, the relevant authority carried out investigations, ensuring warrants. Therefore, the measures undertaken by the civil society organizations agency fall within the bounds of these permissible restrictions and is legally mandated. Finally, the government of Ethiopia reaffirms its commitment to safeguard the independence of CSOs while ensuring adherence to legal and ethical standards. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. I'd like to the delegation of Ethiopia. Now the African Union Commission, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for your time to be great. I'd just like to come back to Geneva and your meeting with the Human Rights Commission. Also, countries with a very clear message to human rights charity. So we appreciate this participation, and we can only encourage you to in this aspect of your activity. It is true that at your last visit in March or end of February, it's very tight. I followed this participation, and I think we're in Geneva for just about a day or so. Our message in one of our meetings renewed the call for greater interaction, but also amongst organs of the African Union human rights organ. So we would like to organize a meeting with you and the African group during your next visit, if possible. You talked about the country situation, and some of them are the edge of human rights. So, embassies can only throw more light as concerned the council. So, the last point I would like to make is from our discussion with the Human Rights Secretariat, and on several occasions, the Human Rights Council, be it the current or the former one, have always expressed the desire to link up with African mechanisms. So I would like to make a proposal to how the procedure of the to invite the chair of the council to take one of the meetings of the committee, not only in terms of which is to the commission in terms of interaction, organ. That is what put on the table as a reaction to your report. And what more, I'd like to thank you for giving me the floor, and I'd like to thank the commission to inviting us to this session. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation from Geneva. It is good started the commission, but I don't see the commission opposing to that even at the stage. Now moving to the NGOs. Stella Ndirangu of the FIDH. African Center for Democracy and Human Rights, Dr. Najee. Is there anyone who would take Dr. Najee? No.
Monitor safe space online. Both the eastern and western authorities suppress CSOs' peaceful activities in an environment of fear and intimidation. They have subjected civil society actors, including human rights defenders, to gross human rights violations, including arbitrary arrest and detention, forced disappearances, and torture and treatment, making it almost impossible for CSOs to carry out their work freely, leading many to leave the country or suspend their activities. In an escalating move on 25, the Tripoli-based Internal Security Agency closed the headquarters of 10 international humanitarian NGOs based on allegations that they conspire to settle illegal migrants of African origin in Libya. We call on the Commission to urge Libya to protect CSOs and adopt a legal framework that guarantees freedom of association in accordance with international law and standards, including the Charter and this Commission's guidelines on freedom of association and assembly in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights. Blessing Nyamaro.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights presents the Statement on Human Rights Defenders in Zimbabwe. The statement is based on verifiable information, evidence, and includes cases of HRDs that ZLHR has represented. With regard to the civic space, and more specifically restrictions on the work of NGOs, the operating environment for CSOs is severely restricted and is closing. On 11 April 2025, the President of Zimbabwe signed the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Bill into law, despite CSOs having raised concerns with the executive over some restrictive provisions of the law. The enacted law disregarded input from the CSOs and severely restricts the civic space and the operations of CSOs. Notably, the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act requires pre-existing CSOs to apply for registration with the Ministry of Social Welfare within 90 days from the date of the enactment of the law. The 90-day period is inadequate for all CSOs to comply. The Act provides for vague, draconian CSO registration procedures and gives the Minister of Social Welfare sweeping powers to suspend executive committees of CSOs. These provisions cripple human rights defenders' ability to effectively carry out their work and organize themselves as CSOs. The Act also empowers the states to arbitrarily seize control of CSOs and their assets without any judicial oversight, thus opening avenues of abuse of the provisions.
Can you read slowly, please, for interpretation?
Thus opening avenues of abuse of the provisions of the provisions to place CSOs under direct governmental control, thereby muzzling the voices of human rights defenders who operate as CSOs. The Amendment Act also provides criminal sanctions for CSO employees for carrying out their legitimate work, effectively criminalizing the work of CSOs and human rights defenders. The Act has a chilling effect on the work and operations of CSOs. The most immediate effect would be the closure of various CSOs which offer various forms of support to human rights defenders in Zimbabwe, thereby leaving human rights defenders vulnerable and exposed. With regard to the right to liberty and pretrial rights, arbitrary arrests still persist. Since the last session, ACHPR provided legal assistance to 463 human rights defenders comprising of 323 males and 17 females. Pro-democracy campaigners, journalists, and student activists have also been arrested, detained, or subjected to other forms of persecution. The phenomenon of persecuting political activists, human rights and pro-democracy activists, and civil society leaders through prosecution has also persisted. The persecution by prosecution has been characterized by inordinate delays to commence and finalize the criminal trials, inordinate delays to commence and finalize bail applications, as well as the systematic denial of bail. For example, after spending 72 days in pre-trial detention, journalist Bless Mufanga was granted bail on 6 May 2025. Therefore, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights urges the African Commission to call upon the government of Zimbabwe to cease arbitrary arrests, pre-trial detention, lengthy periods of remand and weaponization of the law against human rights defenders for doing their legitimate human rights work. Repeal the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act 2025. Repeal restrictive laws used for the persecution and harassment of HRDs. Create an enabling environment for...
You are going very quickly.
Create an enabling environment for HRDs to exercise their rights guaranteed in the Constitution of Zimbabwe without fear of criminalization or reprisals, and properly and efficiently investigate complaints of torture, inhumane, degrading treatment by HRDs, hold the perpetrators to account, and provide effective remedies for the victims. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Amnesty International.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Amnesty International is gravely concerned by the severe and deepening crackdown on civic space and human rights defenders in Niger since the military coup on 26th of July 2023. The transitional authorities have pursued an aggressive campaign to silence dissent, dismantle independent civil society, and shrink the public space for human rights work. Peaceful protests have been banned, media outlets shuttered, and journalists harassed or threatened for attempting to report critically on the situation. Online surveillance and reprisals against social media users have also intensified, creating an atmosphere of fear. The repression has not spared individual human rights defenders, many of whom now live under constant threat. Some have been arbitrarily detained or interrogated, while others have been forced into exile or compelled to self-censor for fear of reprisal. Many are women, youth leaders, defenders working in remote and underserved communities, those who have been historically playing a role in holding power to account. Amnesty International has also documented several cases of repression of civil society members through unlawful detention. In particular, the Directorate General for Documentation and External Security has been increasingly involved in detention and interrogation, often exceeding its powers and violating international human rights law and national legislation. Violations and unlawful practices by the Directorate General for Documentation and External Security include incommunicado detention and enforced disappearances. On 3rd December 2024, Musa Changari, the Secretary General of the civil society organization Citizens Alternative Spaces, known for his criticism of the government, was arrested at his home in Niamey. He had just returned from a trip to neighboring Nigeria when at least 3 individuals in plainclothes apprehended him. He was held incommunicado by the Directorate General for Documentation and External Security for 2 days before being transferred to a police unit. He has been charged with advocacy of terrorism, undermining state security, and criminal association with connection to terrorism. If convicted, he faces prison sentence of up to 5 to 10 years. His case, like many others, reveals the weaponization of the legal frameworks to silence dissent and criminalize legitimate human rights work. Amnesty International calls upon the Commission to urgently engage the transitional authorities in Niger to lift restrictions on peaceful assembly and cease the harassment and intimidation of defenders. Urge the authorities to repeal or amend all emergency regulations and security-related decrees that unduly limit civic space and grant unchecked power to the military. Call on the Niger to ensure full respect for rights of human rights defenders, including access to legal protection and remedies. Request an in-country visit by the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders to assess the situation and support the protection of the defenders on the ground. Reiterate the Commission's support for civic actors in Niger and across the region, and affirm that transitions cannot justify regressions in human rights protections. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Merci Nchiko. FIDH, en ligne. On me dit qu'ils sont en ligne. FIDH. You have the floor.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Commissaire. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des États et chers participants. La FIDH et l'OMCT, dans le cadre de l'Observatoire pour la protection des défenseurs des droits humains, vous remercient pour votre rapport et attire votre attention sur certaines situations inquiétantes de défenseurs sur le continent. Premièrement, comme vous l'avez souligné, suite à d'importants bouleversements ces dernières années au Sahel, avec l'accession de militaires au pouvoir et l'instauration de périodes dites de transition, la répression des défenseurs s'est intensifiée et l'espace civique a été drastiquement restreint dans la région. De nombreux défenseurs sont actuellement en détention arbitraire. Au Niger, Moussa Tiangari est arbitrairement détenu depuis le 3 décembre 2024 et risque la prison à vie, voire la peine de mort pour 5 chefs d'accusation fallacieux. Au Mali, Rokia Doumbia, Mohamed Youssouf Batili et Adama Diarra sont détenus.
FIDH, lisez un peu calmement pour permettre aux interprètes de vous suivre et de traduire. Hein?
Pardon.
Allez-y doucement.
Au Mali, les activistes Rokia Doumbia, Mohamed Youssouf Batili et Adama Diarra sont détenus depuis 2023. Au Burkina Faso, l'avocat Guy Hervé Cam est quant à lui détenu depuis le 2 août 2024. D'autres défenseurs au Mali et au Burkina Faso ont été enlevés. Parmi eux, certains font l'objet de disparitions forcées et d'autres ont été réquisitionnés arbitrairement au sein des forces armées burkinabées et sont actuellement au front. Sur le reste du continent, les défenseurs continuent d'être arbitrairement détenus, criminalisés et menacés. C'est le cas d'Allah Abdel Fattah, qui est détenu en Égypte depuis 5 ans et demi, bien qu'il ait purgé sa peine injuste depuis septembre dernier. En Guinée, cela fait près de 10 mois que nous sommes sans nouvelles d'Oumar Silla, d'Ifoni Kemengue et Mamadou Biloba. En Guinée-Bissau, Boubacar Touré, président de...
Touré, head of the Guinean Human Rights League, was almost arrested and his house has been illegally searched. In Western Sahara, members of CODESA, Atamwale and Bablem, were arrested by Moroccan police in January 2025 and were abused physically and verbally. Finally, the right to freedom of association has been violated by attacks on their members. As you mentioned, in Cameroon, the institutions have been suspended arbitrarily, and in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Human Rights Council and the Ethiopian Center for Human Rights Defense have been suspended in last December. Some of these suspensions were, but there have been continuous repressions in the country. In Zimbabwe, civil society organizations said they suffer severe restriction and surveillance by state agents, have been destruction of their equipment or attacks on their members. Restrictive laws is levied on them. In Algeria, lastly, the authorities are planning to come up with a law which will lead to access to funding and foreign cooperation. Their commissioner's chair we call on the African Commission to call on state parties to implement the following recommendations. Release all members who are arbitrarily detained, implement everything to ensure that where they are kept is revealed. Other inquiries for acts of torture against defenders, revoke all arbitrary decisions of suspension of civil society organizations, and adopt and ensure the effective implementation of laws guaranteeing civil space, which falls under freedoms. Thank you.
Its appreciation for the presentation of your report and commends your tireless work in promoting and protecting the rights of human rights defenders across Africa. Since 2021, 3 countries that have adopted national laws to protect human rights defenders have also set up protection mechanisms, the most recent of which being Côte d'Ivoire. These mechanisms are a first in Africa, and we welcome the recent decision by the government in Côte d'Ivoire to afford a seat to defenders within that mechanism. Indeed, effective protection of human rights defenders cannot be achieved without the defenders themselves. Honorable Commissioner, as part of ICHR's long-standing commitment to amplifying the voices of marginalized defenders, we recently published a groundbreaking report shedding light on the specific challenges and needs of human rights defenders in the island countries of Africa, namely Cape Verde, the Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, Sao Tome and Principe, and the Seychelles. We strongly encourage your mandate to continue to strengthen much-needed collaboration with civil society in those countries to address some of the issues civil society has been facing. In Mauritius, for example, under the Public Gatherings Act, the organization of gatherings is subject to the notification rule. However, on a number of occasions, requests for the organization of peaceful gatherings were denied on the grounds that people need authorization from the authorities. This rule clearly goes against the principles established by the Commission's guidelines on freedom of association and assembly. Honorable Commissioner, following your call for inputs in 2019 and 2020, ICHR submitted a report that presented a disturbing pattern of intimidation and reprisals in several African countries against civil society working with African human rights mechanisms. For the African human rights system to function at its best, Honorable Commissioner, human rights defenders must be able to share crucial opinions and information about situations on the ground. We very much hope that the focal point on reprisals first report will be presented at the next session of the Commission. The Commission and Member States must do more to prevent and ensure accountability for intimidation and reprisals against those who cooperate or seek to cooperate with the African human rights system. Finally, Honorable Commissioner, we take this opportunity to share once again with your mandate that we remain available to support your work towards the adoption of an African Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, building on and reinforcing the standards adopted through UN Declaration Plus 25. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mohamed.
They are not present. She's absent.
Interpretation in English, please. Can you hear the English interpreters? The French booth should exercise some patience. Is it okay? English channel, is it okay? Can you hear English channel? 1, 2, 3, English channel. English channel, is it okay? I conclude. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Article 4 of this decree on its line E authorizes ISAC to monitor financial transactions, to report suspicious transactions in duplication of the legislation, and warnings from the Reserve Bank of Angola. Line B authorizes the creation of a database violating the assurances of the law of data protection. This disposition establishes an excessive environment over the human rights defenders organizations. Article 15 of this decree, by the adoption of community projects, violates the autonomy of private associations predicted in the Constitution of Angola by interfering in the autonomy of associations. Honorable Chair, actions of reprisals continue in Angola. Recently, with deep concern, we denounce the judicial judgment in Angola, which suspended the electoral dialogue organized by the Bar Association of Angola. The suspension took place historically by provisional measures instituted in less than 24 hours prior to the event, which constitute an interference by the Bar Association and a clear violation in the peaceful right to association and demonstration, by preventing that they could meet to discuss the electoral process. This is institutional censorship which fragilizes the rule of law and compromises our democracy. To conclude, Honorable Chair, we request the African Commission to recall the Angolan government that this is a natural and fundamental right acknowledged by the African Charter, to request the Angolan government to revoke the presidential decree which violates the African Charter and compromises the work of human rights defenders, and demand that a serious transparent evaluation is carried out under the recommendations of Gafi to remove all dispositions against appealed the Commission to send a formal letter to the Angolan government requesting clarifications on the foundation's illegality of said decree, which, thank you, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity. Thank you very much for for having presented your statement. I would like to thank all those who interacted with the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, as well as with the Chair, because some questions were put to the Chair. Very quickly, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, I have taken note of what you said about the situation that you're describing as regards the human rights defenders. In the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, I would look into the note that you have submitted already. You should have submitted already to the Commission. If you have not done so, please do so, because this is the time that we have. It's very difficult to connect with what is on paper, but I like to make some very specification. You say mission to establish facts in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. I'm going to answer as I've always done as regards this question. This mission was requested before 2017, and when we joined the Commission, we realized that this mission had never taken place. The PRC requested this after you insisted that this issue be clarified. We took initiatives with the government of Morocco, that you're well aware, and we reported to the PRC regarding the material limits of this institution on this mission. A report was adopted, and the ruling on this matter was shared with you because the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic took part in this discussion with the PRC at the Executive Council. We have already done our bit. We've already performed our mission. In this light, therefore, the Commission is always presented as doing nothing, but I'd like to recall that our Commission had already been to Tindouf in the south of Algeria to see what the situation looked like. But I've always advised that if you need a new mission, because this mission was requested by the PRC, rather the Executive Council, we have already come up with a report on the situation. So when you present things in this way, it's like the Commission has never done anything. The Commission did what it could, and I like to remind you, Resolution 673, that is binding on you, binding on us, binding on PRC, binding on the Executive Council on this matter. So I need to have a meeting with you. You have requested that, and that has not been done yet. But before you go, please do not leave before we meet, so we have a constructive dialogue on this matter once again. So about the second speaker who did not receive, I think that was Algeria. Algeria said he had not received the urgent appeal letter. We're going to give you one. We're going to request the Secretary Anita to print it out and submit it to you in hard copy. We don't have the possibility of us sending you a letter with acknowledgement of receipt, and sometimes it can go to your spam. We're going to give you a hard copy this time around. Now, as regards Cote d'Ivoire, I have noted, I take note of that interministerial order. Cote d'Ivoire is a pioneer country with laws regarding human rights. And that's a legitimate reason for me to ensure that all the advocacy that I've done in this country are bearing fruit, because you are a reference on laws on human rights protection. And if you have a law on that issue, you should share it with us, with the institutions, so that we can share this good practice wherever we preach the gospel of human rights defenders. Thank you very much for that piece of information. Ethiopia now. I have taken note of your areas of concern that you raised regarding the 5 organizations that have been suspended. The 5 CSOs, you are insisting, and I cannot go against that, that these CSOs have to, they were first of all suspended for non-compliance to the standards in place. If these standards are known and are public, the Commission does not deny it, does not oppose it. These organizations have to comply. But the answers that you gave would have loved to, would have really appreciated, Madam, if you reply to the urgent letter that was sent to you, and by telling us exactly what you said, to enable us to study the matter and advise these organizations what they have to do on this matter. The aim is not to present a poor image of Ethiopia, but to draw the concern of states. We have done that for Ethiopia. We have done that for dispatch the Ministry of External Relations, Mr. Felix Bayu, why these CSOs were suspended. What was the rationale for the suspension, for us to understand? I'd like you to reply to that letter, please. As regards the African Union delegation, the representative of the African group in Geneva, you know that the African states in Geneva are organized in a caucus through which they carry out a lot of human rights actions or activities. Thank you for that message that we will send to the charity of human rights in Africa. That has to be stopped. Not be begging for over centuries for human rights. However, we have taken note. I spent only 1 day in Geneva, and I didn't interact with you. I fought myself for that. So I had to just spend 1 day, and that's exactly what I did, without having the opportunity to have the opportunity to stop. I didn't have the opportunity to stop anywhere to greet anybody. But 1 more day is necessary, not only for the president, for the commissioner, but all the mechanisms that come to Geneva. Please convey to all our ambassadors our apologies for that fleeting visit that was announced. Now, regards to NGOs, generally speaking, it's going to be difficult to answer or reply to all NGOs. What you're doing here already, it's a good exercise, but it's just a report. The mechanism will ask you before and during the session to enable the mechanism to take actions. I was expecting here that you interact with the content of the report, but these are, you always raise new topics and submit to the special rapporteur and the human rights defenders. I have taken note on everything that's happening in Libya, about the situation, the restriction of the civil space in Libya and many other countries, Zimbabwe as well, Niger, like Amnesty International said, Guinea-Bissau, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, just like the FIDH said. I've just written a note asking the Secretariat to submit to me all these statements so that I can learn about them and take actions after this session, because your notes are all rich and in information. In this framework or in this slide, I'd like to thank Mohammed Ba from the International Human Rights Services for this headquarters. This has now been attributed to the civil society in Cote d'Ivoire so they can take part in the national mechanism for the protection of human rights, which is a sub-mechanism in the National Human Rights Commission. That's some major progress. That's some significant progress. Those who follow the activities of the special rapporteur would know that I have been there 2 or 3 times, and I would like to laud the leadership of Mrs. Sangare of the National Coalition of Human Rights, who has also done some good work on that matter, and the delegate of the government with whom I am discussing on this matter, who also listened to the request that we made, and that they did so thanks to our patience. I've received your statement and I'm going to read it. The situation of human rights in Angola, all these the decree that you're requesting the government to repeal. This decree was already talked about when we went to the promotion of human rights mission in Angola. We had about close to 2 hours discussion with the Minister of the Interior, who unfortunately have left the government, but will continue to monitor if the advocacy requires withdrawal. We're going to continue working together to see how we can make the government of Angola to listen to us, like the Cote d'Ivoire has just done. As regards Gafi and others, I'm going to see what you propose in the report so that I can provide a reply. Having said that, I think I have gone round and answered all the questions that were asked. And once again, the representative of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic asked for the floor. I'm going to give it to him before I wrap up with this debate. Thank you.
That seems to be hindering your work, the work of the Commission, and it is a political decision that was taken, in fact, by Assembly of the African Union in 2018. But it cannot override other decisions. It cannot override the foundational principle of the African Union Constitutive Act and Charter. It cannot be supreme to all this. And by the way, there are other decisions that were taken by the Assembly after this famous 2018 decision, which is outdated anyway, because many actions, many development happened after. So I just wanted to say that no, this is just political reading of this political decision. And we are here concerned and talking about human rights. We know all the obstacles that you are facing as a commission. We know all the challenges, but we also encourage you and want you to really work and try to implement your mandates as a commission, regardless of any political decision or readings of decisions by member states. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. I would not like us to have a bilateral exchange or discussion on this issue that I have always let you know. Maybe the previous chair that was here, who has technical structure, but our technicality has a limit when the politics is not working well, we are really, really in solidarity wherever human lives are not respected or wherever human rights are violated. Everybody has an understanding of that decision, but when you look at the level of understanding that is given in this, it is a very, very high level of 673. It says that the heads of states say that all issues that concern the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic have to be referred to the Troika. They didn't accept anyone. That's the first observation. Second, I was saying that in a meeting, I will tell you in the meeting we're going to have very soon, that I've always provided advice that the Troika is an existing structure. The current chair, the previous chair, and the chairs to come. What's the question I'm going to ask you? I'm not obliged to answer. What have you done to tell heads of state so to take hold of this matter? We're going to discuss this with you because you requested for a meeting. Very soon I'll be available to you. That way we're going to dialogue together and find common ground. That's what I've always advised, that you should put pressure on Troika. Tell them what you think. The heads of state have worked and they have never worked. So as far as I'm concerned, I've always let you know that I'm not going to send missionaries on mission to part of Africa where they can risk their lives. By the way, they don't even know how to get there. I have made administrative efforts and requested for authorization. As long as we don't have authorization, and you the states are the ones who give us that authorization, there's absolutely nothing we can do. If we don't want to go somewhere, there's nothing we can do. Does not yet have the metaphysical virtues to get to a place without passing through the airport and through immigration. So that's why I'm advising you to use the part of the Troika. If you want us to support you in this exercise, we'll go together and see the Troika and tell them this is where we are stuck because the PRC is blocked, the Executive Council is blocked, and we as well, we are also stuck. So why not preventing you from insisting? That's what we're going to talk about. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Ambassador Mohammed, thank you so much for your understanding. In the absence of further questions, it is 1:25. That's we should break for lunch at this point, and I think that we should put a final stop to this issue. And I'd like to wish you all bon appetit. Madam, do you have any announcements, any housekeeping issues?
Announce some side events that are taking place today. One is happening right now in Press Room 3, and it is a side event on the significance of early warning data for advocacy with the African Commission and African governments. The significance of early warning data for advocacy with the African Commission and governments in Africa. It's been organized by RFLD, CHAM African Consortium, and the European Union System for an Enabling Environment for CSOs, EUC. It is happening in Press Room 3, and it already started at 1 p.m., I believe. The other side event will take place later on today from 5 p.m., and this is a side event on strengthening civic space in Ethiopia, implementing ACHPR guidelines on freedom of association, assembly, and expression. Strengthening civic space in Ethiopia, implementing ACHPR guidelines on freedom of association, assembly, and expression. It's been organized by the Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organizations, CERO, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. in bilateral room 5 on the first floor. But the one taking place right now is in press room 3, and it's on early warning data. Thank you very much, and bon appetit.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa. And we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Court Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael John Nyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and the different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate, and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence, and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others, in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
I came to represent Child Protection Alliance, and my presentation was promoting inclusivity in child protection and the vulnerable groups. So as CPA, it was exactly a timely thing for us, because we have just reviewed our strategic plan as Child Protection Alliance, and the strategic plan was about inclusion of children living with disabilities, of children living with HIV/AIDS, of children in juvenile jail, prisons, and of children who are out of school. So with that strategic plan, the purpose of reviewing the strategic plan is actually to include those vulnerable groups, because we had missed them in our strategic planning. And therefore, my presentation was actually how we have reviewed our strategic plan to bring the vulnerable groups on board, since we have been ignoring them in terms of prioritizing our strategic objectives. Much as we have been working with the organizations that work directly with children with disabilities, children were out of school, but it was not captured in our strategic plan. So we were far away from the vulnerable groups. And that's the contribution I made. And I think the theme identification was proper for Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la Commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la Commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yanayohusu haki za binadamu. na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice na kila kitu kinaenda vema, na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Ria, ni wakili wa serikali na tumetuma, nipo na mwenzangu na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama yalivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokali zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoy Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Lederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence, en tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well that includes indigenous people, and we're very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially. and we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
My name is Batlokwa Magwa. I'm the political advisor to the CEO of the ACHPR Continental Secretariat. We are attending the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Special Mechanism. So we are participating as one of the AGA platform members, and we participated in a panel discussion on aligning official development assistance and investments on the promotion of socioeconomic rights. As you all know, the ACHPR promotes socioeconomic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi-Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now, people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Muito boa tarde. Eu sou Emílio José Manuel, presidente da Plataforma Lusófona dos Direitos Humanos, participando aqui na 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Tem sido uma oportunidade, especialmente para nós falarmos sobre a reforma e a restauração, que é a agenda da Comissão Africana neste ano. Temos que precisar olhar para os nossos países como estamos a questão da reforma, da reconciliação, das normas que permitem que a reconciliação seja efetiva e também a questão da reparação, a questão do acesso à justiça, a restrição do espaço cívico e a participação. Tem sido uma grande oportunidade para nós podermos analisar e apresentar uma fotografia e radiografia da situação dos direitos humanos nos nossos países. Nós abordamos aqui sobre o direito de associação, reunião e manifestação. Dias de participação e que no qual nós esperamos, de forma muito assertiva, poder contribuir para os espaços de diálogo entre a União Africana, a Comissão Africana e também as organizações da sociedade civil. Sabemos que a Comissão está em reforma, também podermos contribuir especialmente sobre o artigo 59, que tem a ver com a confidencialidade e a divulgação das queixas apresentadas pelas organizações. Muito obrigado.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded ACHPR support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you. Hello, I am Abiola Idowojo, Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The road to hashtag ACHPR83OS is in full swing, and it is my pleasure to invite all stakeholders to join us for the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, taking place in person here in Banjul, the Gambia, the seat of the African Commission on Human Rights. This important session brings together key stakeholders on the continent and beyond. Of course, this would include member states, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and diverse actors that are committed to the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent. On the agenda of the 83rd Ordinary Session, we would have the consideration of the situation of human rights on the African continent, the consideration of state reports that are submitted by states that are parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the discussions related to the relationship between the African Commission and national human rights institutions, as well as NGOs, and the grant of affiliate and observer status respectively to these bodies, the activity report of our commissioners on the activities that they have conducted between the last session, where we met in October, November, and this session which we will be having. And of course, I'd like to say that we will be having the second edition of our Joint Special Mechanisms Forum, which was inaugurated last year in Dakar, Senegal. We will be happy to have you contribute to the conversation that we'll be having as we explore the relationship between human rights and people-centered sustainable development on the African continent. This session offers a vital platform for all stakeholders to make their statements, member states, national human rights institutions, intergovernmental organizations, international organizations, NGOs, on the situation of human and people's rights on the continent and on the various thematic issues on which they work, so that you can meaningfully contribute to the human rights discourse on the continent. We highly encourage you to register for this session. Your voice matters, and your contribution is vital to contributing to the human rights discourse on the African continent. We look forward to welcoming you in Banjul, the Smiling Coast, of course, because human rights remain our collective responsibility. See you there.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos de trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante de respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
My name is Lakson Muradzikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe, in the southern region of Africa, and I'm from the office of the Attorney General in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we are reviewing the decisions that were made, and we intend to implement some of the decisions. We hope that once we have done that, we go back home and implement the decisions that would have been done. Thank you very much.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socioeconomic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resources of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte. Integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos de trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Abomo. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que, au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa. And we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Port Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and the different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different cases of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate, and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence, and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others, in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
I came to represent Child Protection Alliance, and my presentation was promoting inclusivity in child protection and the vulnerable groups. So as CPA, it was exactly a timely thing for us, because we have just reviewed our strategic plan as Child Protection Alliance, and the strategic plan was about inclusion of children living with disabilities, of children living with HIV/AIDS, of children in juvenile jail, prisons, and of children who are out of school. So with that strategic plan, the purpose of reviewing the strategic plan is actually to include those vulnerable groups, because we had missed them in our strategic planning. And therefore, my presentation was actually how we have reviewed our strategic plan to bring the vulnerable groups on board, since we have been ignoring them in terms of prioritizing our strategic objectives. Much as we have been working with the organizations that work directly with children with disabilities, children out of school, but it was not captured in our strategic plan. So we were far away from the vulnerable groups. And that's the contribution I made. And I think the theme identification was proper for Child Protection Alliance, the Gambia.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures. Des micro-africaines ont également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema. Na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Leria, ni wakili wa serikali, na tumetuma nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama ilivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokoli zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Lederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence.
Bon après-midi. Bon après-midi à tous les participants. J'espère que vous avez pris en compte ce temps.
You did take time to have some rest and to enable all of us to continue with our agenda. We would return to item number 3, human rights situation in the continent. Because of the urgency, we have we will receive His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional, Religious and Constitutional Matters of Mozambique, who has been here since yesterday, but he's returning back today. His Excellency Mateus Saise. So I will now open agenda item number 3 on human rights situation in Africa, and will give the floor to His Excellency Matei Saise so that he can make a statement on the situation of human rights in Mozambique, and thereafter we will continue with our agenda.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, the Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Excellencies, the heads of delegations of state parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, all protocol duly observed. In our intervention, we would like, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Mozambique and in my own name, to extend warm greetings and express my sincere gratitude for the honor of being invited to participate in the session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I would also like to express my gratitude and congratulate the Republic of the Gambia for hosting this important event, for the hospitality and for all facilities made available to ensure a pleasant stay for all of us. Since this is my first participation in this event, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm the commitment of the government of the Republic of Mozambique to the promotion and protection of human rights, which is the prerogative of this important organ of the African Union responsible for monitoring the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other documents. including the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa, well known as the Maputo Protocol, which celebrates 20 years. I would also express our appreciation to His Excellency Remy Lemon, the chair of the Commission, and all commissioners for the way in which this session is being conducted. On this occasion, I have the honor of speaking on behalf of the of Mozambique, which is part to the Charter. And for this reason, I would like to address the greetings of His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, for the defense of human rights and his effort and dedication in the noble mission of seeking final solutions for a lasting peace in Mozambique, with the signing recently of the political dialogue agreement with all political parties after the electoral crisis, which is a fundamental prerequisite for fostering a favorable environment in Mozambique. Ladies and gentlemen, as has been the practice in all sessions of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to provide an opportunity to report on the human rights situation in the country, I would like to highlight some of the actions carried out in favor of human rights in the period from 2023 to 2024 in the Republic of Mozambique. Mozambique has assumed its mandate as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for 2023-2024, reaffirming its commitment to the promotion of peace, security, and the protection of human rights. At multilateral level, Mozambique has made a commitment with the community of Portuguese-speaking countries with the creation of a network of human rights focal points of the member states. Mozambique has approved the National Plan to Prevent and Combat Human Trafficking, aiming at eradicating the phenomena of traffic of people, with a particular focus on women and children. Recently has approved a strategy and has presented a combined report for 2015-2022 to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in May 2024, whose observations and recommendations will guide the improvement of human rights in Mozambique. In August 2024, Mozambique has received the visit of the African Court on Human and People's Rights under the dissemination and sensitization of the states to deposit the Declaration 6 of Article 34 of the Protocol that recognized the access that provides access to individuals and NGOs to the court. Mozambique finds this mechanism positive, and according to consultations to several stakeholders, the declaration will be made very soon. In terms of legal reform, Mozambique has a state party to the African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance to Internal Displaced Persons, known as Kampala Convention, has initiated the process of domesticating the convention in accordance with its obligations under international law. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, Mozambique has a new cycle of governance following all the human rights instruments, regional and universal. And I have the honor to inform about our participation during the high level of the Human Rights Council that took place in February in Geneva, where we spoke about the situation of human rights in Mozambique and the actions taken by the government in order to fight the post-electoral crisis, humanitarian crisis caused by the terrorist attacks in Cabo Delgado and the crisis resulted by the climate changes. In terms of the situation of human rights in Mozambique, I would like to indicate that we are in a stable political environment, as we mentioned, with the signing of the political dialogue agreement, which will be followed by a process of reforms and review of essential instruments for the materialization of population's desire for the improvement of quality and expansion of education service, health and infrastructure, and also revision of the constitution. The issue of humanitarian crisis in Cape Delgado, a province affected by terrorism and violent extremism, despite the progress achieved, remains a challenge, taking into account that there are some actions being carried out by terrorist groups that interfere in the human rights of the population. We recognize the government's responsibility in improving to its people better living conditions and uphold their dignity as human beings. This is a fundamental obligation that no state can neglect without betraying the trust placed in it by its citizens. That's why we are receiving technical assistance from African Commission on Human and People's Rights. To conclude, on behalf of the government of Mozambique and on myself, I would like to reiterate our firm confidence in the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to strengthen the capacity of member states to fulfill their human rights obligations, ensuring the universal and effective respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, and upholding the dignity and worth of human people. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Justice of Mozambique, who has been given a special mandate, because I had a meeting with him by His Excellency, the new President of the Republic, who took over from Pelisa Nyufesi. He's called Daniel Francisco Chapo. Note of the stable political atmosphere in your country and the manner in which your country is handling the Cabo Delgado crisis. All the commissioners would like to express our gratitude to the confidence Mozambique has bestowed on us, the African Commission. Like we say, Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, who is not with us today here physically, she will continue to monitor the other issues that we have talked about before the pause for the best interest of the for Africa. And we wish you all the best and safe return to Mozambique. And before we conclude on this item, before giving the floor to Idrissa, there is another NGO, Afianaraki, Lucy Karoga. You have 5 minutes maximum because Commissioner Sow is already ready to start with the report on the working group on death penalty, extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary killings.
Speaking on behalf of Afianahaki Uganda, across Africa, the prison has become a tool of reproductive repression. Women, girls, and those who dare to care for them are being detained, persecuted, and silenced for exercising health choices protected under international and regional law. This is not a misapplication of justice, it is the systemic criminalization of reproductive autonomy. Today, 10 African countries still outlaw abortion in every circumstance, while an estimated 93% of women of reproductive age live under highly or moderately restrictive laws that deny them full control over their bodies. and the results, prison sentences, not just statistics. In Test Prison, Senegal, nearly 1 in 3 women are incarcerated on abortion or infanticide charges. In Malawi's Lilongwe prison, over 120 women are detained on charges of infanticide or concealment of birth counts. Across Africa, health workers are afraid to provide care, women are afraid to seek it, and our systems are afraid to legislate with courage. These cases are not anomalies. They are the product of legal frameworks that directly violate the African Charter's guarantee to life, dignity, liberty, and health, enshrined in Article 4, 5, 6, and 16, and defy the clear obligations under Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol. The criminalization of reproductive decisions does not just harm. It kills, it isolates, and it entrenches injustice. Let us be clear. No one should sit in a prison cell for seeking or providing health care. Yet today, across our nations, we are locking up women for miscarriages, for abortions, for contraceptions, for poverty, and for survival. This is a state-sanctioned violence hiding behind outdated laws. Accordingly, Afiana Haki urges the Commission to rise to this moment by calling on state parties to declare an immediate moratorium on all arrests related to reproductive health offenses and to release with record expungement all those already incarcerated under such laws, to demand comprehensive legal reform to align national criminal codes with Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol, and to protect providers acting in good faith to save lives, and to insist that state parties report transparently in their Article 62 periodic reports on the concrete measures taken to end the criminalization of reproductive decisions, and commit to stand with civil society in strategic litigation and continental jurisprudence that affirms that reproductive freedom is not a crime. It is a right, non-negotiable, indivisible, and essential to the African future we are striving to build. Honorable Commissioners, every woman imprisoned for her reproductive choice is a moral failure of this continent. The question now is whether we will allow criminal codes to continue terrorizing women's bodies, or whether we will finally act. We cannot legislate fear and expect freedom. The time for justice is not tomorrow, it is now. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Jessica. Now, while thanking Commissioner Idrisu Sow for his patience, I'll give him the floor to work on the working group on the death penalty, extraditional, summary, or arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances in Africa. It's an activity report which he's presenting on behalf of his mechanism, and afterwards the floor will be open for discussions. Commissioner, so you have the floor. Thank you, Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioner, dear colleague, distinguished guests, representatives of state parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, NHRIs, civil societies, ladies and gentlemen, with the rules of the African Commission on People's Rights, Rule 25.3 and Section 3 of the functioning of special mechanisms of the Commission. It covers the activities carried out during the intersession period from October 2024 to April 2025. This report consists of 4 chapters. Chapter 1 provides an overview of the situation of the death penalty, extrajudicial, judicial, summary or arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances in Africa. Chapter 2 covers the activities carried out in my capacity as chairperson of the working group on the death penalty, extrajudicial, summary and arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances in Africa. Chapter 3 covers the activities carried out in my capacity as Commissioner, Country Rapporteur, and finally, Chapter 4 is devoted to the conclusions and recommendations. Chair, under Chapter 1, the situation of the death penalty, during the period under consideration, Zimbabwe abolished the death penalty. Thus, out of the 54 state parties to the chapter, 25 have abolished the death penalty for all crimes 4 for ordinary crimes, and 15 observe a moratorium on executions. During the same period, Zambia ratified without reservation the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights on the abolition of the death penalty, thereby expressing its desire to abolish the death penalty for all crimes. This is the opportunity for me to reiterate my congratulations, which I've already sent to many authorities of these two countries. In December 2024, 33 African countries, compared to 17 in 2007, voted in favor of the United Nations General Assembly's resolution calling for a moratorium on the use of the death penalty. For the details, I'll refer you to the report which is already published on our website. According to information received, in 2024, there were over 33 executions in Somalia and 2 executions in Egypt. During the same year, in 14 countries, death penalties were pronounced. As regards the Democratic Republic of Congo, the concerns expressed in our last report about the consequences of lifting the moratorium on the use of the death penalty still persist. The number of sentences increased before criminal courts, moving from 33 cases in 2003 to more than 300 in 2024. The working group, through me, reiterates its call for a return of the dynamics of maintaining the moratorium on executions, which prior to the decision to lift it had been in place in this country since 2003. In its specific mandate to protect and promote the right to life, the working group remains firmly committed to all state parties and continues to urge states that still practice the death penalty to consider introducing or strengthening strict moratoria on executions and to agree to measures for the commutation of death sentences. With regard to these states that have chosen to retain the death penalty in their legislation, we would like to point out that the Commission, in its general comment number 3 on the right to life, has clearly indicated that the death penalty should not be imposed only for the most serious crimes. We maintain our definition for what we consider as the most serious crimes. Coming to the study on the death penalty, the Commission, since November 2011, adopted a study on the situation of the death penalty in Africa. This reference document has become outdated in some respects and needs to be updated to take account of developments and address the new issues that have arisen since its adoption. For this reason, the Commission decided a few years ago to revisit it. The work, which was initiated in collaboration with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, is currently being finalized. I would like to note that the first draft of the study was examined in November 2024, and a second validation meeting is scheduled for next June, that is June this year. In this regard, our working group is still open to receiving contributions from various actors and stakeholders to further broaden the perspectives and information contained in this document. As regards the draft protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the abolition of the death penalty, I would like to note that the steps taken to reach consensus on the draft protocol continue to be favorably viewed by several states. In addition, there has been considerable support from the Pan-African Parliament, which, in a resolution adopted on 5th July 2024, expressed its commitment to work with the Commission and all other stakeholders to facilitate the adoption of the draft protocol by the deliberative bodies of the African Union. Today, we still await its inclusion on the agenda of the Specialized Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. We take this opportunity to call on the state parties to the African Charter to support the earlier adoption of this draft. As regards enforced disappearances, this issue of enforced disappearances remains a central concern in the implementation of the General Promotion and Protection mandate entrusted to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Thus, the opportunities provided by the periodic reporting sessions and promotional visits are used to encourage state parties to adopt specific texts on the prevention and punishment of the crime of enforced disappearances. We note with deep concern that we have received numerous respects of enforced disappearances in several countries. We note with major concern that we have received a lot of information concerning cases of enforced disappearances in many countries, notably in Burkina Faso, Mali, in the Central African Republic, Burundi, and Republic of Guinea. For most of the cases, the persons concerned are journalists, human rights defenders, etc. With regard to details of this information we received, I would refer you to the report which will be published. It's same with summary and extrajudicial killings. The working group notices that extrajudicial killings perpetrated quite often within the framework of security or maintenance of order took place during the period under review. For the details, we'll refer you to the report, which is going to be published, and we'll come back to this when we have to cite the letters of urgent appeal sent in this regard. I would simply like to note that the working group takes a position on the material nature of the alleged facts, and it is seized of these cases which have been signaled, and will reiterate its call on the government concerned to open investigations to establish the causes and carry out research, and where necessary pay appropriate reparations to the victims concerned. We'd like to call on governments of states concerned to respect the rights of human rights defenders at all times and to create a friendly environment for the promotion and defense of rights, and to stop all forms of pressure on them. With regard to Chapter 2, on the activities which I conducted as head of the working group, I took part in all the working groups organized by the African Commission since the 81st ordinary session to the 82nd ordinary session. I also took part in the working group with the European Court of Human Rights in December 2024. From 14 to 17 January 2025, I took part in the World Congress, the first World Congress against enforced disappearances, at the invitation of the UN committee in charge of this team. During that meeting, I made a statement in which I talked about the African dynamism in the fight against enforced disappearances was presented. I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to recall the need for states to adopt the most adequate measures to prevent and eliminate acts or situations which may lead to enforced disappearances. I would also avail myself of this opportunity for the presentation of this report to reiterate my solemn commitment to support all initiatives of the African civil society aimed at fighting more effectively against enforced disappearances on our continent. I know that on this occasion, the idea of creating an African coalition of the civil society against enforced disappearances was launched, and I remain available to support this idea. In February 2025, I took part in the deliberations of the Summit of the African Union in Addis Ababa, with a delegation led by the chair of the commission, including the vice chair and the executive secretary. The report of this mission has already been presented by the chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Now, with regard my interaction with with other state parties, I had the opportunity to send several letters, urgent letters of appeal. On the 18th of November 2024, we sent a letter of urgent appeal to President Felix Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, following allegations of enforced disappearances of Sinjahera and Gloire Sazita, two human rights defenders. On the 31st of January 2025, I co-signed with the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information an urgent letter of appeal to General Mamadou Doumbia, President of the Transition Government of Guinea, on enforced disappearance of the journalist Camara. And he has not been seen since he was kidnapped in December 2024. On the 10th of February 2025, I signed a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby, President of Chad, following allegations of execution and arbitrary arrest of demonstration of Arai Mane in January 2025. I called on the authorities to expedite investigations on the death of 4 demonstrators so that perpetrators should be brought to justice, and to release people who were arrested because of their participation, and to cease any form of intimidation against the demonstrators. On the 21st of February 2025, I co-signed with the chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights an urgent letter of appeal to General Assimi Goïta, Transition President of the Republic of Mali, concerning inter alia the disappearance of Mr. Masaga, a member of one of the associations and sympathizers of Imam Hugo, who disappeared since the 5th of February 2025. On the 14th of March, I signed an urgent letter of appeal to President Ibrahim Traoré, the transition president of the Republic of Burkina Faso, following the killing of hundreds of demonstrators on the 6th and 7th of March 2025. I called the government of Burkina Faso to carry out impartial investigations in order to identify all the culprits and bring them to justice. I also requested the Burkinabe authorities to adopt the necessary measures to ensure non-repetition of this situation. On the 2nd of April 2025, I co-signed with the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of the Transitional Government of Burkina Faso, after receiving information about the alleged abduction of the journalists Gezuma Sanogo and Bukari Uba. We called on the government of Burkina Faso to shed light on the abduction and arbitrary detention of these 2 journalists, and to shed light. There has been no official reaction to our pleas, regardless of all the letters which we have sent. With regard to press releases, I published a press release on the World Day Against the Death Penalty. On this occasion, I expressed the view of the working group to call on discussions on the death penalty. The exchange of discussions on this topic will make it possible to clarify issues on the ideas received and to create a correlation between the security situation and the death penalty. Still under these press releases, on the 26th of December 2024, I issued a press release together with the country rapporteur in Kenya on the alleged enforced disappearances of 29 people in Kenya since June 2024. We called on the authorities to investigate all reported cases. Now, coming to Chapter 3, which deals with activities as a country rapporteur, this part of the report deals with the human rights situation in the countries covered by my portfolio in my capacity as a Commissioner Country Rapporteur. Pursuant to Resolution 495 of 2021, as amended at the 77th Ordinary Session, I've been appointed Commissioner Rapporteur for Burkina Faso, the Republic of Guinea, the Central African Republic, Chad, and the Union of Comoros. Coming to Burkina Faso continues to face security challenges. Despite the efforts of the Burkina Faso authorities to protect civilians, terrorist attacks continue to disrupt daily life in the affected areas, resulting in the loss of many lives and significant material damage. During the period, terrorist attacks occurred in many parts of the country. There were also reports of attacks on Fulani villages by government forces and vigilante groups. In this context, we note that the exact circumstances of the massacre of civilians in the locality of Selenzo in March 2025 have not yet been clarified. We are still awaiting a response to our letter of urgent appeal to the government of Faso following this tragic event. The Commission will continue to monitor the situation in the hope that the authorities of this country will take appropriate measures to shed light on these serious events and ensure improved security of the civilian population, which is also exposed to the authorities of terrorist groups. We have also been informed of cases of despoilment of cattle belonging to herders. We also received information that since April 2025, some 3,000 heads of cattle were stolen or confiscated in different parts of the country to be sold in neighboring countries, in particular Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Togo. We call for an impartial investigation into these attacks and all other human rights violations against civilians in order to identify and bring to justice the alleged perpetrators and their accomplices. We also urge Burkina Faso's neighbors to take appropriate measures to put an end to the cross-border trafficking in stolen livestock. With regard to Guinea, there has been an unconstitutional change of government which took place in the Republic of Guinea on 5th September 2021. The constitutional referendum originally scheduled for 2024 has been postponed to 21st September 2025. Under this period under consideration, restrictions on freedom of expression and demonstration continued during the reported period, with the continued suspension of 5 media outlets, while restrictions on access to social media networks. According to information received, there's a systematic prohibition of the civil society and opposition from carrying out their activities, and there's been a ban on these demonstrations. Over 59 demonstrations have been prevented. We would like to recall that the freedom of expression is important in the exercise of human rights. It is a criteria of plural democracy which allows for development. We would also like to recall that under Article 13 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the right to free elections is indeed sacred and is the main way for the citizens to exercise their rights in the conduct of the activities of their country. We would like to reiterate our concern expressed in the urgent letters of appeal sent to the transition authorities following the disappearance of Mamadou Biloba and Fulike Menge since February 2024, but also the journalist Abimuka Kamara in 2024. We also seized of the enforced disappearance of the former Secretary General. I would like to recall the government, remind the government of Guinea to find these persons who were kidnapped by armed individuals. We would also like to express satisfaction with the decree of 26th of March on the compensation of the massacres of 28 September after the sentence of Adis Kamara and his co-accused. We have also received allegations saying that the list of people who are to be compensated have omitted many of the victims who were indeed involved. We'd like to call on the government to ensure that all the victims of the massacre benefit from reparation. With regard to the Central African Republic, the armed conflict continues in some parts of the country, resulting in human rights violations. During the reporting period, the multi-dimensional United Nations Integrated Stabilization Mission in Central Africa, MINUSCA, recorded 833 human rights violations, human rights abuses, and violations of international humanitarian law, affecting 1,269 civilian victims. We'd like to refer you to the report which should be published in this regard. We'd like to call on the competent authorities to ensure the security of the people and their goods. I would like to recall that on the 9th of December 2024, a meeting has been held to adopt the law on human rights. We congratulate the Central African Republic, and they should continue to work in their defense of human rights without any fear of persecution of reprisals. On the 30th of December 2024, the President of the Central African Republic appointed the members of the Selection Committee on the Truth, Justice, Reparation, and Reconciliation Commission, composed of representatives of the National Assembly, the government, the civil society, and the African Union. All 11 members of the committee were dismissed on the 3rd of May 2024 following a mission by its vice president to NOLA in the southwest of the country to collect testimonies on the deadly events that took place between 2012 and 2016. We call on the government to respect the independence of the Commission on Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation, and we call on them to persist through this as a way of coming out of the crisis. The regional and local elections initially scheduled for October 2024 were postponed first to April 2025, then to August 2025. The reason for the postponement is said to be related to the security constraints and the mobilization of financial resources needed to organize the elections. Given the importance of these elections and the ongoing process of institutional stabilization, we call on stakeholders to support the common fund for the financing of these elections. Coming to Chad, on 29th of December 2025, Chad held parliamentary, provincial, and local elections, which the opposition intended to boycott. The elections were held in 2011. The assembly was due to be renewed in 2015, but successive postponements were justified by the jihadist threat, financial difficulties. So, there are some efforts being made to improve on human rights in this country. We can, by way of example, there's Decision 7-1 of 2023. The transition prime minister created this family code, and there's a draft law on the children's code and another law on on human rights defenders, which is still being under consideration. The commitment made by this state at the last UPR in January 2024 to amend the press law without delay in order to guarantee the full exercise of freedom in this area needs to be commended. We welcome these initiatives and call for the swift conclusion with the adoption of legislation in line with international standards. We note, however, that the announced international investigations into the tragic events of 20 October 2022, which resulted in the deaths of more than 200 people during a public demonstration, has not yet been opened. We also call on the government of Chad to open an impartial investigation to shed full light on the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Yaya Dillo, the political leader killed in the attack on his party's headquarters on 28 February 2024. We reiterate our call to the Chadian authorities to shed light on the allegations of arbitrary killings and arrests of demonstrators in Lara Mandai on 14 January 2025 and to release those arrested for their participation in the demonstrations. In our last report on Chad, we call on the Chadian government to put an end to the secret detention of Mr. Ismail Ngakutu, Deputy General Manager of Commercial Bank of Chad. During the period under review, we received reports of his release. He had indeed been released. Coming to the Comoros, parliamentary elections were held in the Comoros on the 12th of January, but were boycotted by a significant part of the opposition. The ruling convention the Convention pour le Renouveau des Comores won 31 out of 33 seats for the election. An amendment to the electoral law in 2023 increased the number of seats from 24 to 33. The country has held local elections on the 16th of February 2025. The report of the first promotional mission to this country, which took place from 16 to 20 September 2024, was sent to the Comorian government on 17th of March for observations before publication on our website. We call on the national authorities to act swiftly on the commitment to submit the initial report of this of the Union of Comoros in accordance with the obligations arising from Article 62 of the African Chapter. Chapter 4, let me conclude. Conclusions and recommendations. The Commission remains committed to working with Member States, African Union organs and partners, including civil society and academia. Together with these partners, it will continue to promote the adoption of the draft protocol to the Charter on the abolition of the death penalty to contribute to knowledge-based studies and to engage in advocacy and policy dialogue on the death penalty, extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances in Africa. To continue, the Commission has already produced guidelines on enforced disappearances. We call on the state parties to observe a moratorium on the use of the death penalty in accordance with Resolution ACHPR 42/99 to suspend the execution of prisoners sentenced to death and commute their sentences to lesser penalties. We call also on states to support and participate in efforts to adopt the draft protocol to the African Charter on the abolition of the death penalty. We call on them also to adopt measures to ensure dissemination and effective implementation of the guidelines for the protection of all persons from enforced disappearances in Africa and other applicable instruments aimed at ensuring the full protection of the right to life. To the African Union, we call on them to promote consultations with member states, regional organizations and mechanisms on the abolition of the death penalty. We also call on the African Union to monitor the monitor and support the process of adoption and draft protocol to the Charter on the death penalty, to continue supporting the Central African Republic in restoring security through the country. To the national human rights institutions and civil society organizations, we call on them to intensify advocacy at the national level for the abolition of the death penalty and for the prevention of the response to extrajudicial, summary, and arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances in Africa. We call on these national human rights institutions to inform the working group on violations of the right to life. To other development partners, we call on them to provide support to the working group to enable it to carry out its mandate effectively. We lastly call on them to provide technical and financial assistance to state parties, NHRIs, and civil society organizations in their activities, programs, projects, and policies aimed at combating extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances, as well as in penal reform processes aimed at the abolition of the death penalty. Mr. Chair, that is a summary of what I had to present, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Commissioner Idrissa Sassou.
Thank you, Commissioner Idrissa Sow, for this important report, which shows us that we have to be attentive. And like you said, the main lessons learned, because you have 25 states, rather, out of all the states in the continent, which are abolitionists states. And we believe that less than 50% have abolished the death penalty, and this justifies the advocacy. The bad news is that the right to life, the most important right, is not the one that is most respected in our continent. This is the biggest lesson that we can learn from the report by Commissioner Sow. With respect to the number of abolitionist countries, which is much higher than it's lower than the number of countries which have not yet abolished the death penalty. If I am not wrong with the figures, I do hope that Commissioner Sow will rectify me. If not, now open discussions, and let me start with of the Sahrawi Republic in Addis Ababa. His Excellency Mohammed Malaydin, you have the floor. On this matter, we kindly request him to be brief. You have the floor.
With the suffering endured by countless African victims of disappearance across the continent and countless unresolved cases. Enforced disappearance remains one of the most severe and enduring violations suffered by the Sahrawi people, stemming from the ongoing Moroccan colonial occupation of Western Sahara since 1975. This phenomenon has inflicted deep scars on individuals, families, and on the collective identity of Sahrawi people, amounting to an ongoing crime against humanity and a systematic assault on human rights and collective memory. Due to the secretive nature of enforced disappearances ongoing since 1975, amid ongoing military invasion and fierce war of resistance, exact figures are hard to confirm. However, the Association of the Families of Sahrawi Prisoners and Disappeared, AFA-PREDESA, reports thousands of victims, many held incommunicado for months or years, for some more than 17 years. A 2-volume report entitled The Oasis of the Memory, coordinated by doctor and veteran researcher of human rights violations in Latin America and other regions of the world, Carlos Martin Bernstein, specialist in human rights studies, offers the most comprehensive documentation of this phenomena. The doctor worked and documented over 800 cases of disappearance between 1975 and 1993 alone, with approximately 400 individuals still missing. Given the small size of the Sahrawi population, the rate of disappearances they affirmed in this report is among the highest globally, surpassing those documented in Argentina or Chile and comparable to genocidal contexts like in Guatemala or East Timor. These disappearances followed a brutal pattern: arbitrary arrest without due process, prolonged detention in secret facilities or in prisons, and widespread use of torture. Families were systematically denied information, generating lasting psychological trauma and social fragmentation. One illustrative case is that of 14-year-old Bashir Selma Daf, abducted in 1976 while fetching water for his family. He was never seen again. Survivors' testimonies later confirmed his death in custody. Another Chilean example is the discovery of a mass grave containing 8 Sahrawi nomads, including 2 with Spanish citizenship, executed apparently by Moroccan forces. Forensic analysis confirmed their simultaneous killing and deliberate concealment. The consequences of these violations are profound. In this report, The Oasis of the Memory, approximately 63% of survivors interviewed had endured conditions amounting to cruel and inhumane treatment. The community lives with unresolved grief and the fear caused by these crimes, while the absence of justice obstructs any meaningful reconciliation or political resolution. We call upon the African Commission and on the broader international community and human rights organizations to support mechanisms of investigation, identification, and redress for the victims of enforced disappearance in Western Sahara. Sahrawi people seek no less than the dignity of truth, the restoration of justice, and an end to impunity. We urge the Commission to keep the issue of disappearance at the forefront of its human rights agenda. I will be more than happy to share credible and international reports with the Commission, including the 2 volumes investigative book I mentioned, if this could help. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous ai déjà dit sur les enquêtes ce que nous avons.
I've already informed you what we have done when it comes to investigations. Commissioner would respond to your concern. There is the working group on extrajudicial summary and enforce disappearances. This report should be sent to the Troika so that the heads of states would know, so they would know what their people is experiencing. This is an advice that I would like to share with respect to the evolution, how things are evolution. Is there any other state that would like to take the floor? Only Sahrawi Republic? Chad, is that correct? Chad, is that correct? Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Whilst we are waiting for the arrival of the head of the delegation of Chad, I would like to take the floor at this juncture to sincerely thank the African Commission for organizing this very session. I would also like to thank the Gambian authorities for the warm welcome extended to our delegation since our arrival. Furthermore, I would like to congratulate Commissioner Sow for his report, objective report, clear report with respect to us, charge, contrary to the statement made by Mr. North of Human Rights, who yesterday morning, in a founded manner, deplored that Chad allegedly committed serious violations of human rights, characterized by people who were killed around Yamina, the capital city, but he did not indicate the circumstances surrounding that event, as well as the exact date that these crimes were committed and by who. These observations are baseless, and we would like for the authors of that statement at least clarify to the Commission, or if not, withdraw their statement. For us, nothing such happened. Chad has always respected the rights of all individuals without any distinction. There has never been any cases of violations of human rights attributable to the government under some forms, whatever form. We are continuing the activities relating to the promotion and protection of human rights. The National Commission of Human Rights of Chad is not at this meeting, but it also is doing a lot of work since last April by convening sensitization days with a view to showcasing their activities not only to the authorities but also non-governmental authorities. In addition to these sessions, we also have the Economic, Cultural Commission of Chad, which also convenes meetings, consultations to educate citizens on the nexus between human rights, economic, cultural, and social rights in Chad. And I would also like to submit the form of the Criminal Code of Chad in 2017. The death penalty was totally abolished. There has not been any extrajudicial executions, and at this juncture that I'm talking, we believe that Chad has respected respected its international commitments, and we would like this to be well understood. I thank you, Your Excellency, for that intervention. Now, for the NHRIs, I would now call upon the NHRI committee, NHRI of Senegal. I've been calling her for quite a while. FIDH Stella Ndirango, AU Advocate. Stella, Madam Stella is not here present. African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, Dr. Naji Mulai Lassen, he's not here also. And let me continue. Apparently, Honorable Commissioner Idrissa Sow, those were the institutions which intervened on that report, and I would actually like to congratulate you for that brilliant report. Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank all those who followed, who took the floor after my presentation. For the Honorable Ambassador, I would like to thank him for his important contribution, the historical perspective that he shared with us in cases of enforced disappearance in the country since 1975. I do agree with him once again to say that the crime of enforced disappearances is the most perfidious crime, because when it is committed by state actors who normally are supposed to protect the citizens. I have also taken due note the urgent appeal that you have made for the Commission to support mechanisms, investigations when it comes to cases of enforced disappearance. Obviously, we are prepared to share with you all information relating to the cases that you have raised. For the Honorable, the delegate from the Republic of Chad, I would like to thank you for the kind words that he has addressed to us. We have also taken note of the reservations that you have made with respect to some allegations made by a civil society organizations relating to the cases of killings that allegedly took place around Gemina. So we have taken note of your rejection of those allegations, and we have also taken due note of what you have requested from these organizations, namely to throw light on these allegations. Once again, we congratulate you for the work being done by your NHRI sensitizations and human rights promotions. I did visit this country, and I want to recognize all the efforts being made by the NHRI to promote human rights in this country. It is also reconforting to know that the Economic Commission in Chad is also working by placing a nexus between socio-economic rights and generally the defense of human rights in the country. With respect to the abolition of the death penalty, I would like to reiterate our congratulations to your country, and we will request you to adhere to the facultative protocol with respect to the International Covenant on Civic and Political Rights with a view to securing this abolition. I would also like to challenge you to ask you to respond in the last audit that some deaths occurred during the demonstrations, as indicated in my report. We are also very attentive with respect to the investigation committee that has been launched with respect to the killing of more than 200 people in a demonstration in Jamina 2 years ago. So these were the answers. I would like to seize this opportunity to renew our availability to continue to cooperate in a positive manner with the member states in autonomy. We would also like to underscore our availability in line with Article 45 of the Charter to cooperate with the civil society organization and any action of human rights. In those were my reactions to the issues here in race. Thank you. So if you are okay with that, Commissioner Derso would like to make a brief statement.
His report and the issues raised in the report. The right to life is often, in terms of our work and traditionally in the human rights tradition, and its protection is mostly associated with the threats that the right to life is exposed to are the result of the actions of states or governments. Or, it can be also as a result of conditions like mostly violent conditions of violence, right? I'm wondering, Commissioner, so if we in the African Commission also need to pay increasing attention to conditions, particularly conditions of socioeconomic deprivation, which threaten the right to life in Africa. So this can be, for example, hunger. It can be ill health because of conditions of poverty and conditions of socio-economic policies, right? It is absolutely right for us at the African Commission to feel deeply concerned about death penalty because of the importance that we attach to life and the sacredness of life. But we have to feel equally concerned and outraged about loss of life as a result of hunger, starvation, illness from preventable diseases, illness because of lack of health care. I wonder if you find it, this is really for your consideration and future consideration and reflection. I thought that there is really something that we need to look into closely there. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. This is the end of the review of the report of the... Commissaire Sow. Yes, Commissaire Sow, vous pouvez réagir à... J'ai oublié.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais réagir déjà à deux choses. La première, c'est quand vous avez présenté tout de suite les statistiques, vous aviez...
With us, the statistics, you made us understand that the abolitionist states are less than the states which still maintain death penalty in their legislation. With your permission, I would just like to rectify the issue. Today, the trend, the figures that we have indicate that abolitionist states are majority. In the majority, we have 25 states that have abolished for all offenses. 4 have abolished for some offenses. And furthermore, we have around 15 who have a moratorium on death penalty. Namely, they do not execute prisoners. So the trend is towards abolitionism. Now, with respect to the relevant submissions made by Commissioner Derso, I share with him the protection to the right to life should not be appreciated under the shadow of the death penalty. The preservation of socio-economic rights is also participated in the protection. I believe this was done when we, number 3, we translate our viewpoint and in this general observation, we have stated that the state has the obligation to protect the population by providing health care to avoid that they die as a result of diseases, and also by providing their requirements when it comes to food so that they do not die because of starvation. There are some obligations that have been allocated to the states. What comes to my mind is specific obligations which forces the states to protect vulnerable people, women, children, detainees, but also people who are exposed, like whistleblowers and human rights defenders. Yes, you are totally right to say that protection of life should not be apprehended under the ambit of the death penalty. I totally agree with you on that matter. This is what I wanted to say, Chairperson. Thank you. So the trend is in favor of states who have abolished beyond 50%. So the figure of 25 that I heard from you means that the states have to deploy more efforts. So 25, yes. I just have a reverse reasoning in that regard. Thank you for those clarifications. A round of applause for this important report, which bears on the most important human right, namely the right to life. Before moving on to the report of Commissioner Derso, Zimbabwe has requested for the floor under the auspices of the right to reply, and I would give them the floor, and thereafter Commissioner Derso will take the floor. Secretary for Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Ministers, deputy ministers, esteemed delegates here present, I wish to exercise the right of Zimbabwe to respond to the various inaccuracies which have been alleged at this fora surrounding the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act, which was recently promulgated. Honorable Chairperson, the Amendment Act has barely been implemented and there is already an outcry against it. The PVO Amendment Act is a necessary measure to improve the administration, accountability, and transparency of PVOs in the country, and will in no way restrict the way PVOs operate. Honorable Chairperson, the law was promulgated firstly to comply with the recommendation 8 of Financial Action Task Force on anti-money laundering, combating financial terrorism, counter-proliferation made to Zimbabwe in the area of the abuse of charities for financing of criminal and terrorist activities. It also became necessary to streamline administrative procedures for PVOs to allow for the efficient regulation and registration of charities which are registered as PVOs. Further provisions were added to safeguard against the abuse of some charitable giving for political ends. This will ensure that PVOs do not undertake political lobbying or any other activities that are outside their stated purpose and mandate. The Amendment Act, Honorable Chair, will simplify and speed up the process of registration for PVOs, as there is now an Office of the Registrar which has been expanded to process applications for registration, with the board playing an oversight role, unlike in the past when applications were deliberated upon at the board's quarterly meetings, making the application process longer. We wish to point out that PVOs do not require the permission of the minister in order to receive funding under the PVO Amendment Act, as earlier alleged. Rather, they are only required to disclose their source of funding and how the funds have been utilized in furtherance of their registered mandate. This is to be done annually at the submission of financial statements to the Registrar of PVOs. This is in line with other progressive jurisdictions in the region. Honorable Chair, allow me to highlight that the Amendment Act also incorporates views from the CSOs themselves. Prior to the passing of the bill, our government afforded the CSOs an opportunity to make representations on issues they had on the bill in the spirit of dialogue. The government of Zimbabwe took on board some of the recommendations made by CSOs and the diplomatic community. Honorable Chairperson, the PVO Amendment Act will only affect those who have a penchant for breaking the law, whilst those operating within the confines of the law have nothing to fear. In one of our mother languages, there is an idiom that says, those who feel uneasy when a particular subject comes up most likely have something to hide. We therefore urge our CSOs to abide by the principles governing their operations as outlined in the Amendment Act. Further, the Amendment Act provides for a clearly laid out appeal procedure for anyone aggrieved with the provisions of the Act. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, I will reiterate that it is barely a month since the promulgation of the Act. As such, calls for its repeal are clearly premature before the provisions have been fully implemented. I thank you.
La Commission remercie Madame la Secrétaire d'État du Zimbabwe pour cette mise en point.
I received a message from Madame Mick Delawit Adelaide, who is the Director of Human Rights in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, who in the same context corrected something that was done this morning when I presented the report. Non-governmental organizations in Ethiopia which were suspended have had their measures of suspension lifted because the Ethiopian government followed our recommendation in the urgent letter of appeal which we sent to the country and the communique, which the press release which we published. Madam, are you going to respond to our letter officially, including this very important measure which you have adopted? So we'd like to thank the government of Ethiopia to enable the civic space in Ethiopia to continue its work because the ban has been lifted. Now I'll turn towards Commissioner Solomon Deso, who will be presenting another important report on extractive industries, the environment, and human rights violations. It is a report which concerns many countries where these violations take place.
NHRIs, civil society organizations, colleagues, members of the Commission, staff of the Secretariat, and interpreters. This intersession activity report covers activities undertaken during the intersession period in my capacity as member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, and the country rapporteur for Seychelles, South Sudan, South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya, and other focal point for human rights in conflict situations and transitional justice in Africa, and the study on AI and other new and emerging technologies and human and people's rights. In terms of the activities undertaken as member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, I would like to indicate, this of course converges with my role as a country rapporteur for Kenya as well. On 12 November 2024, in Arusha, Tanzania, as Commissioner Rapporteur for application number 006-2012, the case before the African Court on Human and People's Rights, I led the delegation of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to Arusha, Tanzania. The purpose of the mission was for representing the African Commission in the public hearing of application number 006-2012, African Commission on Human and People's Rights versus the Republic of Kenya. This hearing was convened for hearing the submission of the parties on the non-implementation of the judgment the African Court on Human and People's Rights handed down on application 006-2012. And the details regarding the hearing are on the link provided in the relevant paragraph. Along with Honorable Commissioner Hatem Isayam, the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Janet Salanjai, as well as Honorable Lita Musiimi Ogana, I participated in the preparatory meeting for the Inter-Sudanese dialogue, co-convened by the AU High-Level Panel on Sudan and the IGAD Special Envoy for Sudan. This was convened on the sidelines of the AU Summit on 19 February in view of the dialogue of Sudanese civilian political groups on the convening of an inter-Sudanese political dialogue under the auspices of the African Union High-Level Panel on Sudan and the IGAD Special Envoy. This has provided us an opportunity to clarify the role of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the level to which it may contribute to and participate in a political dialogue process, considering the technical nature of the mandate of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. There was a need for clarifying that the Commission may not be able to participate fully in that kind of process. From 25 February to 11 March 2025, I participated in the 82nd Ordinary Session of the African Commission. Apart from presenting draft decisions on communications, which involve complaints, human rights complaints against state parties submitted for adjudication by the Commission, my involvement covered participation in the review of various documents on the activities of the Commission, including concluding observations on state reports and various other reports. And the details of the activities undertaken during that session are to be found in the final communique of the 82nd Ordinary Session of the Commission. Upon the invitation of the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, I delivered a keynote address on 27 March 2025 during the annual opening of the LLM and PhD programs of the Center for Human Rights. Subsequently, I delivered lectures on the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Commission's Working Group on Extractive Industry, Environment and Human Rights on 2 and 3 April 2025 to the Center's LLM program on International Human Rights and Democratization in Africa. Activities undertaken as chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries. And here I would like to preface my address by noting that the financial situation that we are facing, both at the Working Group but at the Commission, has hugely limited the scope of our activities in terms of convening of meetings as well as undertaking visits such as advocacy visits. But within the limits of that, I participated in the General Assembly of the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability that was held from 6 to 8 November 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Human and People's Rights Implications of Climate Change, Implications for Vulnerable Groups and Corporate Accountability. The Assembly brought together a diverse network of human rights, community-based organizations, legal experts, policy advocates committed to promoting corporate accountability and safeguarding human and people's rights across Africa. And during this General Assembly that brought together advocacy institutions and legal experts from across the continent, I delivered a keynote address during the opening session, drawing on the soft law instruments and jurisprudence of the Africa Commission's Working Group on Extractive Industries and the draft study on climate change and human and people's rights. My presentation highlighted the multifaceted ways in which climate change threatens the realization of human and people's rights on the continent, directly through extreme weather events and indirectly through climate response measures that disproportionately affect vulnerable populations. I emphasized the urgent need for strengthening legal and institutional frameworks that prioritize the protection of marginalized communities, including indigenous peoples, women, children, persons with disabilities, and minorities. I also drew attention to the importance of the soft law instruments, such as those developed by the African Commission in ensuring both state and corporate accountability in the context of extractive industries and climate crisis. And the details of my address is available in the link provided on paragraph 6 of my report. On 23rd April 2025, in my capacity as chairperson of the working group, I transmitted a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Gambia, expressing grave concern over the hazardous lead contamination in Kabwe, Central Province, and its severe impact on the health and human rights of local communities, particularly children. The appeal highlighted alarming findings of elevated blood lead levels among children and enormous environmental degradation resulting from the ongoing mining waste activities in Kabwe. I urged the government of Gambia to take immediate action by suspending hazardous activities, conducting an independent environmental and public health assessment, initiating a cleanup and remediation efforts for the rehabilitation of the affected environment and people, providing medical and livelihood support to affected populations, including through the establishment of a fund dedicated to the schooling and health of particularly children. And the details are in the letter of appeal, but also in the short statement that we issued. On 3 April 2025, I have made reference to this one in terms of the engagement that I have with students at the University of Pretoria, which actually which helped in introducing and providing account of the work undertaken by the working group. And this served to enable the students in the program and others who joined to acquaint themselves with the range of human rights issues that the mandate of the working group deals with. And this has been very important in terms of also linking with students with interest in the subject matter of the mandate of the working group. Activities undertaken as focal points on human rights in conflict situations and on transitional justice and human and people's rights. And here, I would like to make just a quick reference in terms of my participation in the fact-finding mission on Sudan in my capacity as a member of the Commission, but also as a focal point on human rights in conflict situations and transitional justice. I think the details are also provided by Commissioner Hatem in his presentation. In the course of this session, in pursuit of the implementation of the African Commission's Resolution 485/2021, deciding to commemorate the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, I have initiated and convened a panel discussion yesterday as part of this 83rd Ordinary Session of Human and People's Rights. And this is a mandate that falls under my responsibility as focal point for transitional justice and human and people's rights in Africa. In terms of country rapporteur responsibilities, the following are the protection activities undertaken during the intersession period. In line with the established practice of the Commission and the rules of procedure of the Commission, as chairperson of the working group and country rapporteur, I initiated various protection measures through press statements and urgent letters of appeal. Joint press statement on human rights issues in Kenya. On 26 December 2024, in my capacity as the country rapporteur on human rights in the Republic of Kenya, together with Commissioner Idris Assong, chairperson of the Working Group on Death Penalty, Extrajudicial Summary or Arbitrary Killings and Enforced Disappearance in Africa, we issued a statement expressing profound alarm over reports of abductions and enforced disappearances in Kenya. We particularly expressed deep concern over the reported abduction and disappearance of at least 29 individuals since June 2024 and emphasized the serious implications of such practices on the fundamental human rights. And in the statement, of course, we underscored the obligations of the government of Kenya under Articles 4, 5, and 7 of the African Charter with respect to the right to life, the right to be free from torture, cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment, and the right to free trial and due process of the law. And the details of the statement are to be found in the link provided. In my capacity as country rapporteur on human rights in the Republic of Kenya, and having regard to the close collaboration that we have been provided by the National Human Rights Commission of Kenya, I issued a message of condolence on 5 January 2025 following the passing of Commissioner Roslyn Odhiambo Odende, chairperson of the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. Press statement on human rights in Nigeria. As country rapporteur of Nigeria, pursuant to the mandate entrusted to me under Article to us under Article 45, I issued a public statement on 8 November 2024, expressing grave concern over reports of inhuman and degrading treatment of detained persons, including minors, in connection with the protest that was held in August 2024. The Commission received credible reports indicating that at least 76 individuals, including children as young as 14 years, had been detained in conditions that fall short of international and regional standards of human dignity and care. Of particular concern were allegations of prolonged detention in inhumane conditions, the absence of due process safeguards, and the charging of these individuals, including minors, with treason, an offense that may carry the death penalty. In the statement called on we reminded Nigeria of its obligations under the African Charter and underscored that children must be detained only as a measure of last resort and under conditions that uphold their dignity, safety, and well-being, including access to food, water, sanitation, medical care, and separation from adult detainees. The statement called on the government of the Republic of Nigeria, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to end all forms of inhuman detention, ensure an independent and transparent investigation into the allegations, uphold the rights to due process and fair trial, and guarantee that all law enforcement and prosecutorial actions comply fully with regional human rights standards. And the need for also respect for the right to peaceful protest. Press statement on human rights in South Sudan. As the country rapporteur, I issued a public statement on 8 March 2025 expressing grave concern over the deteriorating human rights situation in the country, particularly in Upper Nile and Nasser County, following the eruption of fighting. The statement expressed alarm regarding reports of renewed armed violence, the mobilization of armed groups, the arbitrary detention of political figures within the transitional government, and a violent attack on a United Nations aircraft, as documented by UNMISS and other human rights actors. The statement condemned these developments as threats to the lives and rights of South Sudanese, noting potential violations of several provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and urging South Sudan, of course, to take all the precautionary measures necessary in order to prevent the recurrence of such kind of violations, to undertake investigations and hold perpetrators accountable. And the details of this are also provided in the link on paragraph 28. Further, a statement was issued on 27 March 2025 expressing deep alarm over the renewed outbreak of violence between the South Sudan Armed Forces and forces reportedly aligned with the South Sudan Liberation Movement in opposition, SPLM-IO, and the resulting grave threats to civilian security and human rights. The statement particularly condemned the indiscriminate aerial bombings in Nasser, Ulang, and Akobo, which reportedly resulted in death of at least 20 civilians and the displacement of over 84 people, including more than 10,000 individuals who fled into Ethiopia's Gambia region. And the details of this statement is also available. But of importance for us is also to note that the statement called on all parties to the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan to immediately cease all hostilities unconditionally, ensure the protection of civilians, respect the rule of law and due process, facilitate humanitarian assistance, and uphold the right to peace and security as guaranteed under Article 23 of the African Charter. And this they can do by fully cooperating with the efforts of regional and African Union actors for re-establishing peace and also preventing the collapse of the revitalized agreement for the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan. Press statement on human rights in Seychelles. As a country rapporteur for the Republic of Seychelles, I issued a joint statement on 6 January 2025, along with Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention, Police Action in Africa, following reports of serious human rights concerns at Montagne Pose prison, the main prison in Seychelles, following an incident on 5 December 2024. The reports detailed the death of 2 detainees and injuries sustained by others, including law enforcement personnel. The statement expressed grave concern over these incidents and emphasized the government of Seychelles' obligations under the African Charter and the Luanda guidelines for an immediate, independent investigation, access to justice, remedies for victims and their families, and adherence to due process standards, and the improvement of conditions of detention facilities, including at the Mose prison. Letter of commendation and appreciation. This was already referred to by Commissioner Girisha in her report, so I will not repeat it, but the details are to be found in paragraphs 35, 36, and 37. This concerns the decision of the Supreme Court of Nigeria regarding the applicability of the Freedom of Information Act for all tiers of government, not just for federal institutions. Promotion activities. During the intersession period, I carried out various activities in fulfillment of the promotion mandate stipulated in under Article 45(1) of the Charter. These include the issuance of statement on advancement of rights through actions taken by states, pursuing the conduct of studies, and undertaking promotion mission. From 10 to 14 March 2025, along with Honorable Commissioner Hatem Esaim, I led the promotion mission of the African Commission to the Republic of Seychelles. The mission was conducted in accordance with the African Charter and its rules of procedure. The objective of the mission was to engage national stakeholders on the human rights situation in the country, to promote awareness on the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and indeed the protection and responsibilities that are provided for in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and to offer recommendations for the enhancement of human rights protection and promotion in Seychelles. During the course of the mission, the delegation interacted with the President of the Republic of Seychelles, His Excellency Wavel Ramkalwana. The delegation also held high-level consultations with a broad range of senior government officials, including the ministers responsible for foreign affairs and tourism, internal affairs, education, employment and social affairs, agriculture, climate change and environment, and health. We also engaged with the Speaker of the National Assembly, the President of the Court of Appeal, the Chief Justice, and the Attorney General. These discussions centered on measures being taken with respect to the areas of responsibility of the various government bodies and arms of government. These interactions helped identify both the advancements made in the promotion and protection of human and people's rights in Seychelles, and the gaps, challenges, and concerns identified in terms of respect for and protection of human and people's rights in Seychelles. I will not go into much detail, except to note that we have identified some exemplary experiences from Seychelles with respect in particular to the legislative, institutional, and financial or monetary guarantees that are provided for economic, social, and cultural rights across a range of areas of economic, social, and cultural rights, including free health care, free education, support to social security, as well as protection of the elderly and others. But there have also been concerns that have been identified, and we have indeed highlighted these concerns in the statement that we have issued upon the conclusion of our mission. It's also worth noting that we have interacted with a wide range of civil society and non-state actors in the course of our stay in Seychelles, ranging from some of the independent institutions such as the Human Rights Commission, the Truth and Reconciliation National Unity Commission, the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Seychelles Media Commission, and the United Nations Office for Drug and Crime, and the Bar Association from civil society organizations. We also visited the main prison where the December 2024 incident took place, and we firsthand experienced the state of conditions of detention in that prison. We visited the Communicable Disease Control Unit at the National Hospital. We also visited the place for the care of the elderly, Ansar Royal Elderly Home, which are all provide us with first-hand experience and understanding of the state of things in the Seychelles. One experience that I wish to share with you is that in order to ensure inclusivity and transparency, the delegation also allowed direct access to members of the public who wished to interact with members of the delegation. As a result, the head of the delegation granted audience to members of the public who requested engagement. These engagements helped identify additional matters, including issues relating to respect for the right to bail and the non-implementation of the recommendations of the Truth and National Unity Commission of Seychelles on reparations in particular. Pending the finalization of the report and its adoption, the adoption of the concluding observations, the adoption of the report by the promotion report by the Commission, I direct your attention to the statement that we have issued, and the link is available on paragraph 43. Press statement on legislative measures adopted in South Africa. On 6 May 2025, other country rapporteur, I issued a statement acknowledging the contribution that the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act of South Africa makes to strengthening the protection and promotion of rights enshrined in the African Charter, notably Article 2 on non-discrimination, Article 17 on the right to education, and Article 18 particularly on the elimination of all forms of discrimination and protection of the rights of the child. The statement noted, among others, the Act's provisions promoting linguistic inclusivity and social justice in public education, thereby redressing legacies of racial and socioeconomic exclusion in the education sector in particular. And the details are available on the website of the Commission as well. Another one relates to the Expropriation Act of 2025 of South Africa. And in this respect, the Commission expressed its solidarity with the Republic of South Africa as it seeks to redress historical injustices relating to access to and ownership of land and the related socio-economic rights in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We particularly noted the importance of this act in advancing the rights to property under Article 14, including the right to land, Article 22, and the right to development under Article 22 of the African Charter. Study on AI, new and emerging technologies and human rights. And here, during the intersession period, I initiated with the support from experts assisting the focal person in filing a submission to the Secretary General of the United Nations on 11 April 2025 on artificial intelligence in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security, in respect of which the Secretary General extended invitation for input. The purpose of this submission is to ensure that the views from Africa are represented and reflected in the consideration of this subject by the UN with due regard to Charter on Human and People's Rights and the work, the study that we are undertaking under the resolution mandating this study. Following the consultation meeting that we held for updating the draft study on AI, new and emerging technologies on 30 and 1st October 2024, and the subsequent updating of the study on the basis of the input that we have received during that meeting, I have issued a public call for input on the draft study, which was issued on 8 May 2025, inviting written submission from all stakeholders, including states and non-state actors. It is therefore, I would like to actually draw the attention of states parties to the African Charter and NHRIs and civil society organizations present to kindly engage this draft study and provide your input so that we reflect all the perspectives of stakeholders. In conclusion, Chair, the various activities undertaken, particularly in relation to the working group on extractive industries and under the review period, and the incoming state report reviews in the course of the coming 2 days, clearly highlight the increasing need for engagement in the popularization of the state reporting guidelines and principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter. We are concerned about the lack of resources that impede convening of the meeting of the working group and implementation of the priorities of the working group. The working group is keen for collaboration and support for taking forward some of the pending priorities of the strategic plan of the working group, including the development of a web-based tracking system for tracking, documenting, and reporting for a systematic gathering, analysis, and response to human and people's rights and environmental issues arising in the extractive industry sector. Currently, much of our engagement and response to issues of human rights that arise in this sector are really reactive and based on reports and submissions that reach us. It's not really a very proactive and systematic way of undertaking the work of the Commission. So we look forward to collaboration on this one. Details are provided in terms of recommendations on human rights in conflict situations and transitional justice, particularly in relation to the situation in South Sudan, as well as in terms of the collaboration that is required, particularly with the Commission's fact-finding mission with respect to the situation in Sudan, not only from Sudanese actors, but also from neighboring states and indeed from the African Union Commission and member states broadly. On environmental justice and corporate accountability, we urge member states to adopt and enforce legal and institutional frameworks that hold corporations accountable for environmental harm and human rights violations in accordance with the state reporting guidelines and principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter, which provide details of the range of measures expected for states in order to ensure protection of human and people's rights, particularly in the context of the operation of the extractive industry sector and in relation to the right to environment under Article 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Other recommendations are also provided in detail in paragraph 56 to 62 of this report. I end my submission here, Chair. I look forward to any engagement and intervention that may be received during the course of this interaction. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your kind attention.
Yes, thank you very much.
And present illegal green energy projects as model environmental projects. Two key rulings, however, reaffirm the illegality of Morocco's and other actors' plunder, especially European, in our territory. On October 4, 2024, the European Court of Justice confirmed that EU cannot apply to Western Sahara, a distinct and separable territory over which Morocco has no sovereignty, as the court clearly stated. Similarly, in 2022, the African Court on Human and People's Rights declared Morocco's presence and occupation in Western Sahara and its resource exploitation a violation of the Sahrawi people's right to self-determination. The African Court urged all states to refrain from any actions that support the occupation or undermine Sahrawi rights. The construction of these energy projects has material environmental consequences and negative impacts on Sahrawi people. Land dispossession, disrupted livelihoods, demographic engineering, and repression of Sahrawis who resist environmental harm and rights abuses. Moreover, international climate funds, including those under United Nations FCCC are increasingly backing projects in occupied Western Sahara, raising serious legal and ethical concerns. This act risks financing an illegal occupation under the guise of sustainability. Finally, honorable commissioners, the path to climate justice cannot be paved with the denial of people's right to self-determination. Western Sahara must not become a testing ground for a green transition that excludes its rightful people. A truly sustainable future in Western Sahara must begin with the full recognition of the Sahrawi Republic's sovereignty and the restoration of justice in this last colony in Africa. I thank you.
Merci
for your intervention, the Honorable Ambassador Malaine. I would now move on to the National Human Rights Institutions, NHRIs, South Sudan. South Sudan.
Is one of the countries in Africa where genocide may be committed. What we know as a matter of fact is that genocide is committed in areas where there is armed violence and not in countries where political differences are being settled peacefully. In this regard, I would like to state that there is no war in South Sudan and the security situation is now normal. As such, there was no need for South Sudan to be leveled with countries where wars are being fiercely fought, while the security situation is stable mentioning of our country as one of the states where genocide is expected to take place is not acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excellence.
Your Excellency, the Commission has taken due note of that those comments. The role of the Commission is to issue early warning mechanisms, but if you are claiming that the situation is normal, well, we are taking due note of that. Thank you for those comments and observations. I cannot see any other state which would like to intervene. Now we move on to the NHRIs, and I call on the National Human Rights Commission of Senegal, Fatou Cham. Fatou Cham, she is not around. I would now call upon NGOs, for the NGOs. Executive Director, Masoud. Masoud is not here. Amnesty International. Arnaud, he was here previously, or is he tired? Arnaud Chico Wanchico. And the last NGO is Observatory on Public Policy from Gender Observatory Association. Felix Bomano, lawyer for human rights.
Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished commissioners, delegates, representatives of the civil society, all protocols observed. It is with great honor and with sense of responsibility that I take the floor on behalf of the human rights defenders in Angola, in particular those operating in the southern part of the country, where the dignity of the human being has been brutally disrespected. The situation of human rights in Angola relating to these extractive industries is facing a very difficult situation, particularly in the provinces of Wambo and Bié, where the government's actions have revealed a systematic pattern of violation of the principles enshrined in the African Charter, namely in Articles 4, 5, and 6, and even 14 of the Charter. Children drop out of school looking for better living conditions in the mining areas, putting in question Article 5 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The illegal exploitation of gold and diamond in the provinces of Wambo and Bié are a serious violations of human rights. In Chikala, it is a commonplace to see the death of children due to illegal mining that is practiced under the silent gaze of the authorities. In the Bié province, the mining areas became a hostile environment where those who come closer than 100 meters from those mining areas run the risk of being executed. In practice, it is a violation of the right to life established in Article 4 of the African Charter and of the right for safety, in addition to threatening the survival of local communities. In the 21st century, in a municipality, the government expropriated the lands of indigenous communities to exploit rare minerals, offering as a counterpart 3 kilograms of flour, 3 of beans, and salt to those households. This totally ignores the rights of indigenous communities and violates the principles of justice, equity, and previous consent established by the Commission, particularly within the context of the guidelines on the freedom of association in Africa and the resolutions on the rights of the traditional and local communities. But because not all is bad news, given after a strong mobilization of the civil society and legal pressure led by lawyers committed to social justice, an historical decision was reached at the Wambo Provincial Court, which approved a memorandum of understanding between the local communities and a company giving 60% of disputed land to native peoples. This legal landmark represents not only a victory in terms of the rights of the local communities, but also an example that the strategic and peaceful mobilization can generate real transformation. Excellencies, it is indeed imperative that this Commission recommends to the Angolan government to put an end to forced exploitation of lands from indigenous communities and to ensure that any exploitation be done with the consent and with the fair compensation in respect of the land rights of the indigenous communities. To recognize and implement sustainable mechanisms for reparations for victims of violations in line with the principles enshrined in the African Charter and in the resolution 420 of the African Charter. To conclude, we reiterate our commitment to the African Commission on Human Rights and request that it continues to play its role as a guardian of fundamental values. Angola cannot continue to prosper based on exclusion, violence, and the denial of human dignity. Thank you very much.
I hope that you also put and share the intervention to the Secretariat for us to have a record of your intervention, including the reference that you have made to the legal rulings from the African Court on Human and People's Rights and also from the European Court in respect of natural resource issues that your intervention highlighted. In respect to the intervention from South Sudan, on the fact that there is peaceful resolution of the situation in South Sudan, this commission, personally myself, wish nothing but a peaceful, stable, and human rights respecting country all over the continent, including and perhaps most importantly in South Sudan, for reasons of history, for the fact that people in South Sudan for so long have been denied that stability and that security and that respect for human rights. So whatever issues that we raise is in pursuit of playing our part of the role for realizing peaceful, stable, and human rights respecting South Sudan. And therefore, the reference that we are making is based on what is being reported by South Sudanese, first and foremost. The figures about displacement are not abstract, they are real. The figures about the 20 people who died as a result of aerial bombardment are also not something that we just, picked up. The concern that we have expressed is not to suggest that, South Sudan is in a bad condition more than any other country. It's just in the context of our responsibility with respect to South Sudan. Those issues that have been picked up from the reports of the UN, from the reports of South Sudanese, from the report of IGAD, the African Union. So it's not at all to wish or suggest that things are more worse than they are. And the reference that was made yesterday in respect to South Sudan is not necessarily to suggest that genocide will happen in South Sudan. I think I had the opportunity to speak with you, and thank you very much for that conversation that we have had. It's not also to suggest that, the situation in South Sudan is, for example, as dire as the situation in South Sudan is as dire as the situation in Sudan. So ours is really to look into the specificities of each, and in no way to say that they are of the same standard or situation. And our wish and commitment is that the situation in South Sudan gets speedy resolution, and that the 2018 revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in Sudan is fully implemented, and South Sudanese finally reach a normal state of affairs rather than being in this prolonged state of transition, which is one of the sources of instability for South Sudan as well. And in respect to the intervention from the on situations in Wambo, BA, Chikala, in Angola, with respect to illegal mining activities and the kind of impact that it is having on civilians and host communities, including children, is well noted. And we hope that you share with me and with the legal officer, Angelo, so that we also take those matters forward. And we commend you for also highlighting some of the positive developments, particularly the civil campaign, peaceful campaign that led to the allocation of 60% of the land to local communities in the context of the mining activities that is taking place, particularly in Wambo. So I appreciate your continuous engagement with the working group, and we look forward to collaborate further. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there is a request from Angola.
Yes, thank you. Je passe la parole à la délégation de l'Angola.
From Angola.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Commissioners, Ambassadors, State Representatives, representatives of human rights organizations and the civil society. We are here in a very serious forum where we should raise the issues in a serious manner or with a due confirmation. An accusation was leveled for minimum or isolated issues that will happen in certain areas. This is not a state policy. Therefore, it would be proper if someone is to take the floor to talk about state policies or criticize it so that they give a positive contribution and not to pick isolated cases that can happen in any country. Our policy is clear. The state is committed to the promotion and protection of human rights. On the other hand, we have laws that are considered by experts as very much advanced or progressive laws, starting with our Constitution, which in its first article already enshrines the state's commitment to the dignity of human beings. The second paragraph, item 2, refers to the promotion and protection of human rights. And we have adhered to the Fundamental Convention on Human Rights, the instruments of the African Charter on the subject. Therefore, when we return to our capital, we will further clarify this, but we should make it clear that isolated cases do not amount to state policy. All that has been said, it's not state policy. I repeat, these are isolated cases that should not be confused with state policy. Thank you.
You mentioned that what is reported is isolated incidents, and I would like to indicate that in acknowledging the statement that we received, we didn't arrive at a conclusion that there is a state policy, as far as those reported incidents is concerned. It may be a question of a gap in the implementation of those policies. And as you indicated, incidents may happen. When those incidents happen and they affect the lives of people, although they are isolated, they still affect the lives of people. And we look at them through that lens. And I'm very pleased to hear from you that you said you will clarify this further and look into it and take appropriate action. And I would like to assure you that we are at your disposal in order to engage on these and other issues, particularly as they relate to natural resource governance in Angola. Once again, thank you very much for your intervention.
Thank you, Commissioner Dasso.
This brings us to an end of consideration of this report on extractive industries. Please give them a hand of applause. We have 30 minutes before the end of the day. We have just one document left, which will be presented by Commissioner Selma Sassi. It concerns relations and cooperation between the national human rights institutions and non-governmental organizations. Commissioner Selma Sassi will present both documents at the same time, and if you have any comments, you'll make them. Commissioner Selma, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, dear colleagues, commissioners, distinguished representatives of states, international and regional organizations, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, permit me to present to you a document on the relations and cooperation between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and national human rights institutions, NHRIs, and specialized human rights institutions in Africa. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights recognizes the important role played by national human rights institutions, NHRIs, in the promotion and protection of human rights in Africa. Consistent with Article 45 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Commission has officialized its relationship with national human rights institutions by giving them status. Resolution 363 on affiliate status and specialized institutions in Africa provide that the advantages given to observer status includes invitation to the Commission as well as a possibility to take part without voting in the deliberations on issues concerning them. The resolution 370 provides that national human rights institutions and specialized institutions of human rights which benefit from affiliate status also have the following responsibilities, and it helps the Commission to promote human rights at the national level, thus present activity report to the Commission every 2 years. In relation to the status of the affiliate status given to national human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa, up to the 81st ordinary session of the Commission held in October-November 2024, 30 human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa were given affiliate status to our Commission, 34 national human rights institutions and 4 specialized human rights institutions. Now, as regards the state of submission of reports to the Commission, during the last intercession period, which preceded the ordinary session, the Commission received 4 activity reports from the following institutions: the National Human Rights Institution of Cote d'Ivoire, number 25, the National Human Rights Institution of Cameroon, number 20, the Commission for Gender Equality in South Africa, number 29, and lastly, the National Human Rights Institution of Egypt, number 35. Are you going to put on the table so you can follow from the screen? We are going to put the screen on the table, which will present the institutions in 2 subdivisions: those which have submitted reports and those which still have 1 or 2 reports pending. Let me begin with institutions whose reports have been submitted within the stipulated time, or institutions which affiliate status were given in the last 2 years and the presentation time has not yet elapsed. You'll notice in the first table in blue, dark blue, I'm going to present national human rights institutions whose reports were submitted between May 2023 and May 2025. There's a National Human Rights from Cote d'Ivoire, which submitted its report before the 83rd session, 2025. There's a Cameroon National Human Rights Council, which submitted its report before the 83rd ordinary session, 2025. The Commission for Gender Equality, which submitted its report before the 83rd session. The National Council for Human Rights of Egypt, which has also submitted a report before the 83rd ordinary session. There's the Human Rights of Ghana, which has also submitted its report before the 81st ordinary session in October 2024. And lastly, there's a National Human Rights and Good Governance of Tanzania, which submitted its report before the 70th Ordinary Session in October 2023. Now, let me move on to institutions where we gave affiliate status between May 2023 and May 2025. There are two. There's a mechanism for the prevention of torture in Mauritania, which was given affiliate status at the 79th Ordinary Session in May 2024, and the National Commission for Equality, for Gender Equality in Kenya, which also has the affiliate status since the 79th Ordinary Session of the Commission in May 2024. Now I'll move on to present the list of NHRIs owing one or more reports, which are 30 in number today. There's a South Sudan Human Rights Commission, there's Sahrawi National Commission for Human Rights, there's a National Human Rights Commission of the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, there's a National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, the National Human Rights Commission of Mali, the National Human Rights Commission of Niger, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, the National Human Rights Commission of Togo, the National Human Rights Commission of Chad, the National Human Rights Commission of Burkina Faso, the Senegalese Human Rights Committee, the National Human Rights Commission of Mauritania, the Zambia Human Rights Commission, Mauritius National Human Rights Commission, Independent National Human Rights Commission on Human Rights of Burundi, Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, Benin Human Rights Commission, the National Human Rights Commission of the Gambia, the Institute of Human Rights and Peace of Sheikh Anta Diop University, National Commission of Human Rights of Rwanda, Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, Malawi Human Rights Commission, National Council for Human Rights of Algeria, the National Commission for Human Rights of the Sudan, the Independent National Human Rights Commission of Madagascar, the Independent National Rights Commission of Human Rights of Liberia, the National Commission of Human Rights and Citizenship of Cabo Verde, and lastly, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. By way of conclusion, Chair, the Commission would like to encourage NHRIs with affiliate status with overdue activity reports to submit them to the Commission in accordance with the requirements in Resolution 370 of the Commission. I thank you for your kind attention. Commissioner, can you take this microphone? Thank you, Chair. So I'll continue with the reading of a second report, this time on the relationship and cooperation between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and non-governmental organizations. Article 45(1)(c) of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights charges the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to, and I quote, cooperate with other African and international institutions connected with the promotion and protection of human rights. At its 79th Ordinary Session in October-November 2023, the Commission strengthened its observer status by adopting a new resolution, Resolution 572, to maintain observer status for non-governmental organizations working in the field of human rights in Africa. the resolution on the criteria for granting observer status recognizes the important role of non-governmental organizations in supporting the Commission in the accomplishment of its mandate of promoting and protecting human and people's rights in Africa. Furthermore, the resolution stipulates that NGOs with observer status, I quote, should be committed in establishing direct relations on cooperation with the Commission and should be committed in having regular consultations with the Commission on matters of common interest. I will continue. The resolution also provides that NGOs should be committed in presenting their activity report to the Commission every 2 years. On the issue of status of granting the observer status to non-governmental organizations, at the 81st session in October 2024, the Commission granted observer status to 8 non-governmental organizations consistent with Resolution 572. These are the following non-governmental organizations which I'm going to quote: the Christian Ministry International of Africa, these are the NGOs which were given observer status. And lastly, Centre d'Action pour le Développement. As regards the state of submission of activity report to the Commission, right up to the 81st honor session of October 2024 by the Commission, a total of 569 non-governmental organizations have obtained the observer status from our Commission. During the period of intersession and before the beginning of the 83rd honor session, the 5 following NGOs submitted their activity report to the Secretariat of the Commission. They include these 5: the Forum Africain on the number 512, African Child Policy Forum, AIDS and Rights Alliance for Southern Africa, number 436, Centre d'Action pour le Développement, number 580, East and Horn of Africa Human Rights Defenders Project, Defenders, number 359, and lastly, the Human Rights Implementation Center, number 497. To date, of the 579 NGOs with member state with observer status, one or more 420 NGOs have submitted one or more reports on their activities. The Commission would like to commend these NGOs for fulfilling the requirement for submitting activity reports and takes this opportunity to call on all NGOs which enjoy the benefits of observer status to consistently submit activity reports to the Commission every 2 years in line with the provisions of Resolution 572. And I thank you for your kind attention, and I give you back the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Masasi, for these 2 important reports on the state of cooperation between the Commission and national human rights institutions, as well as the Commission and non-governmental organizations. Is there any state that wishes to take the floor to speak to this report, to these 2 reports which have been presented? I don't see anyone seeking the floor. No state is seeking the floor. And the national human rights institutions, is there anyone which is seeking the floor? Zimbabwe. Kindly give the mobile microphone to Malawi, please.
What was said, depending on the outstanding reports, the outstanding activity reports, that Malawi Human Rights Commission is one of the organizations that did not submit. So I would like to request, if possible, either now or at some point, if I can be given the details of that one and also the number of the reports that are remaining in the process as well, so that we can comply to the Commission. Thank you.
Yes, before I give the floor to NHRIs, just to announce Abemus Papam. On a un pape maintenant, c'est Léon XIV, le pape des États-Unis, originaire des États-Unis, qui a été élu il y a quelques instants. Je vais passer la parole au Zimbabwe, ensuite au Bénin. Zimbabwe NHRIs.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity to intervene. I'm speaking as the chairperson of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, but will also want to announce to the Commission that the Southern African Development Community has established a national alliance of national human rights institutions that I am presently the chair. So I will also speak on behalf of the SADC ones and also as a member of NANRI. I want to thank Commissioner Sasi Safa for the very informative and educating expose about what it is that national human rights institutions should and can do and to improve our relationship and our interface with the Commission. And also thank the Commission for creating this particular space in the program to discuss our relationship. I would want to first maybe begin by just noting that from the work in Zimbabwe, but also in the SADC region, and also as a member of NANRI and a member of the steering committee of NANRI, a common thread usually runs through the lives of national human rights institutions. That is the two issues that always need attention. That is the issue of our independence, strengthening it and maintaining it and defending it, firstly. And then secondly, the all common issue of resources and access to resources to conduct our mandates, which is usually a core, but some very few NHRIs do not have that problem. Having said that, Honorable Chair, I would want to make two humble recommendations for what I see can be the possible, that can contribute to the improvement of our performance as national human rights institutions not only in our spheres, but also in terms of interfacing with the framework of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And I would request that also, as I said, from the SADC end, but also as an NHRI and from the NANRI end, that it would be most, I think, helpful if the Commission can assist us, because from even the count of the reports that are outstanding, I want to believe that many NHRIs would benefit from capacity strengthening in terms of information about the procedures, the processes, and the obligations. And indeed, it will be a lot of work because there's always a turnover because terms come and go, but it would be good if the Commission were to constantly also more or less remember so that we are aware of what we must do. And I would also suggest that in terms of to hold maybe workshops even online about our obligations and the processes. And I want to also maybe also suggest that as well, because we also have responsibilities as national human rights institutions, because on our part we can also do better to strengthen and promote the very important and the very helpful and I think Africa shaking and changing work of the Commission in our mandates when we get to know more, so that the distance between the Commission and the NHRIs reduces. With that in mind, Honorable Chair, it would also maybe a recommendation, a humble recommendation that possibly when the African Commission also interfaces with NHRIs, possibly we could avoid making the coincidences, or rather holding them simultaneously with the sessions of the Commission, because I want to believe as of now, a lot of our colleagues are in Addis Ababa for another very important meeting that has been called by the Commission for NHRIs, and it would be good if NHRIs, because it is the same African Commission, don't have to stretch themselves and decide where to go because our resources are usually limited. I would therefore also request that the Commission can assist us as NHRIs by amplifying its voice to the member states for them to continue, even if it is difficult, to continue to contribute to our independence by addressing the issue of finances and funding, so that NHRIs are able to have the actual capacity to fulfill our mandates, as well as also continuing to recognize our independence. And finally, Chairperson, my suggestion is that while the NHRIs would request that support, we as NHRIs, as I indicated, are able to also contribute to the work of the Commission, and I want to believe that we can and we will further particularly promote the African, the Human Rights Day for Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam, because it's only 3 minutes. We have only 3 minutes to close the business day. Benin, 1 minute. Vous savez vous résumer, non? L'essentiel en 1 minute pour permettre à la commissaire de répondre en 1 minute et à moi de conclure en 1 minute. On se partage les 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire. La Commission...
Commissioner, the Benin Human Rights Commission, which has been there since... which has had its observer status since 2021 to be affiliated to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, is happy with the relationship since then. I want to reassure you is ongoing and will be done very soon. However, it would want to recall that it hopes that the National Human Rights Institution's relationship with the Commission should be strengthened, so that we'll have the possibility of communicating with the Commission, and we should have a partnership that will make it possible for us to support the efforts of the Commission within the purview of its mandate, especially in actions which should be realized in our countries, notably our country. So we want to reassure the Commission that the relationship between the Benin Human Rights Commission and the Commission will be strengthened, and our report will be sent before the end of 2025. Thank you very, very much. Honorable Commissioner Selma, your final comments. You have just 1 minute, and then I will conclude. Thank you very much, Chair. Permit me, first of all, to start by thanking the different representatives of a National Human Rights Institution which took the floor. Let me begin with Malawi, which said that we should provide them with details of the report which has not been submitted. Our Secretariat will get in touch with you to give you all these details. With regard to the National Human Rights Institution of Zimbabwe, we have taken note of all the recommendations which have been made to the Commission the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and will follow them to improve on this relationship and this partnership between the Commission and the different national human rights institutions. And lastly, Mr. Chair, with regard to Benin's comment, we have taken note that your report is on the way to be submitted to our commission, and would like to thank you for it, and would like to encourage all other national human rights institutions to follow this approach to indeed strengthen this partnership. Thank you, Chair, and I give you back the floor. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the presentation of these two reports. Please give her a round of applause. That, ladies and gentlemen, state representatives, NHRIs, NGOs, we have come to the end of our working day. Would like to thank all the states I saw the floor here. Chair, honorable commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, the Cameroonian delegation would like to thank you for giving it the floor to express its right to response after the presentation of the activity report of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, focal point on reprisals in Africa, focal point on the judicial reprisals. This report says that a press release was published on the 23rd of January 2025 on the situation of freedom of association and meetings in Cameroon. And a letter, urgent letter of appeal was sent on the 4th of April 2025 on the allegations of violations such as harassment, intimidation, and threats of human rights defenders in particular, the officials of REDAC, and their suspension. Chair, honorable commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, it is on this issue that the Cameroonian delegation would want to speak. First of all, to re-establish the facts and to affirm the primacy of law on all. And lastly, to deplore the misinformation which continues to propagate. With regard to the facts, the Cameroonian delegation would like to affirm that no urgent letter of appeal was received by the authorities relating to the facts which are contained in the activity report. Now, official addresses and points of contact are known to the Commission and are frequently updated. The Commission is therefore requested to transmit the said urgent letter through these addresses and to send a copy to this delegation which is present in these meetings. On the suspension of the activities of some NGOs, the delegation would like to reiterate the clarification made yesterday at the declaration made by the head of the delegation and during the hearing which was given to it by the head of the commission. As a matter of fact, the suspension, there were two entities concerned. There were four and not two entities concerned. But considering the fact that the case of REDAC has been referred to in this report, we wonder why. We would dwell on that. The network of Organization of Human Rights Defense in Central Africa was indeed suspended following the finding of its operations in a dual operation. At times the name given, then at times the Organization for Defense of Human Rights in Central Africa. So the suspension wanted a clarification of the exact status of this organization, but also the failure to respect community rules of the CEMAC region, which require registration of donations received of any amount higher or of up to or more than 500,000 CFA. Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, the appeal lodged by REDAC against its suspension was declared null and void by the competent authority. All this information was sent to the chair of the commission during the hearing, and the document relating to the suspension of these 4 institutions was formally submitted to the chair. He said he had taken judicial notice of this, and he recognized the fact that no civil society organization would have the right to defy the rules of a state which are legally laid down. Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, while recognizing the important role which civil society organizations play in the promotion and protection of human rights, the government of Cameroon remains open to dialogue and is attached to the strict application of the national and community legislation in force. And that is what the Commission is seeking, respect of the law. The suspensions were reasoned suspensions, and it behoves on these NGOs to regulate their situation. The Commission should sensitize them in this area, and indeed, it should be enshrined in our African approach. That is, they should respect their duties and privileges. Honorable Commissioners, the Cameroonian delegation disagrees with this report, which blames Cameroon in this area of human, in the respect for human rights, and the report should be withdrawn from the Commission side and amended. The Commission says the right to response should be mentioned in the edited ordinary session of the Commission, and the Cameroon would like to invite this august institution to explore the possibility of annexing the activity report of mechanisms and the right to response by states, so that there should be clarification on all allegations made in these reports. And I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you to the delegation from Cameroon. You are referring to a hearing, a working session I have had with the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, External Relations, and I would kindly request you to express my thanks to him. There is an error, chronological error, when it comes to the evolution of issues. You remember that the minister arrived one day before making his statement, and the report had already been finalized. We had a working session with the Honorable Minister, and I would like to confirm that. Unfortunately, Madam, you were not present in the hall this morning when, during the presentation of this report, I did an oral update of that report, which, because this update took into account this hearing when Ethiopia expressed itself on this issue. Because in Ethiopia also suspended some NGOs. I said here, where I am sitting from, I did say here that when we send urgent letters of appeal to states, they should respond. For example, the situation of NGOs yesterday, I have had a meeting with the minister who updated me on this matter. The report existed already. Now, you requested a hearing with me, and I agreed to it. I thought, I did not know that this was the content of the hearing, of the meeting. But anyway, I have taken due note of the content of your statement. What you are saying is exactly what we are saying, not only in the communique that we publish, but in the letter. I did say that the special rapporteur asked the NGOs whether everything has been, would they like to say something with respect to that companies. I did say that NGOs which are not in order should have said so. Thanks God, you have said so. I have already done this awareness creation. I have taken note of your attitude to the report, but it does not stop me from interacting with Honorable Minister. As you know, I would have a working session with him, also with the Minister of Territorial Administration. I will stick to what I was told yesterday, and I'm waiting for the feedback so that I will come to Cameroon to work with the Minister of Territorial Administration on this matter. It is a bit premature that Cameroon is criticizing when you, well, what you said was a withdrawal of the report. What you have said, we have taken this into account publicly. Normally, when it comes to this report, there is a protocol to follow. The Secretariat would tell us what should be done in that regard, in regards to what you have said. Otherwise, for the time being, we would have a meeting with you immediately after this meeting. The contents of the meeting, you have already disclosed it, but then this will not stop us from having this meeting. Thank you, madam, for your rebuttal. This puts an end to a long day, long working day. I would like to thank everybody. We will see tomorrow at the same time with an important item on the agenda, Ethiopia. Thank you and good evening.